Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. We just have to wait a couple minutes for the ad break to end on the Twitch side, and then we'll begin shortly. Bow, 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 bow. I'm not nervous. Feels kind of awkward just sitting here knowing I'm ready, but I have to wait for Twitch. So, hi. Hope you're doing well. The curse of monetization. Oh, Happy time zone! Hi, I'm Liar. I'm the Wandering Frog VTuber. Thank you for showing up today. I appreciate it. I'm not nervous at all. I hope you're not nervous at all. Anyway, welcome to me very happily and very excitedly doing a tier list today. It's my first tier list I think I've done on this channel. I really wanted to do something that's not the typical, like, you know, when most VTubers do a tier list with other VTubers, it tends to be more of the not safe for work variety, and that's totally okay, but I wanted to do something that I think fits more of my aesthetics, and what fits me more than Dungeons and Dragons and fantasy. I mean, look at me, look, like, what am I? I'm a frog. I'm a fantasy frog. Look at me. Anyway, it's gonna be a very simple thing. But first, let me say hi to everyone because I like to say hi to everyone. Hi, I love frogs. Hello, Chi. Goober hours? Not for me, but I hope you're doing well. Macchi, congrats on being first. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. It's early for you, but I guess you're used to that. Doktrr Blue, I hope you have a good sleep. I hope you enjoy the VOD when you're able to check it out. I'm gonna work very hard, I promise. And hi, Mousey. It's so good to see you. I hope you are all doing well. I hope you had a good start to your week. Hi, Lubu. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys had a good start to your week. Mine was pretty okay, all things considered, being a working girl. But I'm not here to think about my working days. I'm here to think about D&D and fantasy. Now, you might be wondering, what makes me qualified to talk about D&D and to rate D&D characters or assign D&D character classes to VTubers? Let me just pull out my license real quick. Chap. Hi. This is an official D&D license. Very, very real. I did not make it up on the spot at all. Let me point out some key features here for you. D&D license, very official. You know it's official because there's this dragon in the corner. You know how like in like Canadian American licenses, they have like a little verification thing? That's my verification. 100% real. Here's my license number. You can look that up. I know you guys have the database on hand. My name, of course, my address. This class registration here, there's 2 classes I'm aware of. Maybe there's more, I don't know. There's class P for player. Most people will get that as their beginner license. I have the class G license, and that means I have Game Master certification. So I can do a little bit more than some people. Now, some may argue, I am not qualified to have a class G license. And to that, I would agree. Anyway, I've done a couple games of DMing before. I've DM'd in the past. I'm not an expert by any means. I'm definitely more of a player, but I have the capability. I once was really good at it. I kind of fell off though, but that's a story for another time. I don't know if it's G for GOAT. I would not call myself the GOAT of DMing, but other people liked the game, so I guess take it as you will. Of course, my characteristics, my sex is F. I am a female frog, or the F could stand for frog. I'm not sure. My height, I am 8 inches tall. That is about the average height, I think, for a frog. And my weight is about 3.8 grams. That's about average for a frog. Eyes, as you can tell, my eyes are black technically, but they're yellow here. Restrictions. This one's important. I wanted to point this one out. I've done a lot of D&D in my time. I've done it for years. I don't remember the exact number. I mean, I got my license 5 or 6. It's been like 6 years, maybe, at least. I don't know. I've been in the D&D game for a while, but this expires 2030. I got time on it. Date of birth here as well. You can see that I'm only 3 years old. Wow, that's weird to think about. I don't want to think about that too much. Trust the frog for all the D&D. Thank you. I'm glad some people do. I need people to believe in me so I can believe in myself, you know? Oh, I got so distracted. Restrictions. Despite all of my experience, I have not done every class in D&D. Particularly, I have not played... Wait, this is out of date. I have played a druid before, so scratch this one off. Pretend that's not there. I got my license wrong. I'll have to go get a new one later. It's fine. I've not played a monk. I've never played a monk before, which is very funny to me. I know people who really, really love monks. I've just never played them. And I've never played a ranger before. There's no real reason why I haven't played them. It's just that I never got around to them. I don't even think I have a concept for a monk. I have a concept for a ranger that I've had sitting on my backlog if I ever need him. He's never come out though. Poor boy. 10 times more official, thank you. I wanted to make sure you guys knew exactly where I was pointing. Oh, and speaking of pointing, there's 2 other things right down here. I have 2 additional classifications on my license just to add a little bit more oomph. The first one, the books. I own multiple D&D source books and games. I believe I have Curse of Strahd. I don't know if I have Descent to Avernus, but I have the other one? There's another one that has a very similar art style. I don't remember which one it is, but I own a lot of books. In addition, this one, I wasn't quite happy with this marking because I don't think it's quite accurate. But back in my day, I was the president of a Dungeons & Dragons club. So I have experience running D&D groups. So not just games, I have experience running groups. And during that time, I got to see a lot of characters. A lot of characters. With a lot of different aesthetics that are different to mine, but it's always fun to see like how people interpret these classes differently, which I think gives me a unique perspective. In particular, I used to run in a West Marches. You might have heard it called other things. I think they all tend to have West in the name. But a West Marches campaign means that there are a lot of DMs and there are a lot of players. People run it differently, but for what we did, there was a quest board. You could sign up for your character to go on a quest. Other people, the way it works is the characters come up with the quest and then the DM runs it. There's a lot of different options. So if you've ever been interested in playing D&D before, you have a lot of different ways that you could try it out. You could have like a single DM. You could do one of the, it's like a play, like official play that you can do. I'm not aware of it. I've never tried it before. And then there's also, of course, West Marches, which I'm used to. But that's enough about my qualifications. We're here to actually see D&D characters, and we're here to see actual Vtubers. This D&D Pro, is it possible to play but just be an NPC? I actually think that's kind of a good question. So one thing that I've seen people do, let me play really quickly. One thing I've seen people do before is co-DMing, which means that there are 2 DMs for one game. This could be for various reasons. I've seen it where they take turns role-playing the characters. There's also times where one DM is in charge of the combat and then the other one is in charge of the role-play aspect. Just because some people have different, what's the word? Specialities, I think is the best way to put it. For example, if I was to do a co-DMing session, I would be all on the roleplay. I am a roleplay fan. That's my favorite part of D&D. I love playing the character. The combat, not so much. But that's why some people really, really love combat. And then I would ask them, hey, can you do the D&D combat for me? And they say, yes, liar. If I ever did do that. I'm too lazy to do that now, though. Let's be it's okay to be a non-playable character. Honestly, if you're a DM, you kind of are just the NPC. So if you want to be a DM, Macchi, there's training for that. I've gotten to play D&D a few times. I hope I can introduce some people to the game that they've never, like, experienced it before. I'm gonna try and be new player friendly as much as I can. I'll try and explain classes as best to my ability. Or if there's like a game concept that I need to explain, I'll try and explain it. But if there's any questions on what any terms mean, please let me know. I may skip over things because I've got a lot on my brain. I do also, on the corner of my screen, I have listed out every single subclass or official subclass that there is in the game to my knowledge. There's over 100. I may not necessarily assign a subclass, but if I think there's one that's very obvious for a character, I will assign it. But also, if there are people here, if you are a D&D player, or if you just like fantasy, I would love for your opinion. This is not just me, this is a group effort. So if you see something, you're like, that is an artificer, or that is a bard, I want to hear it. I want to hear opinions. Because also, I think it's fun to make this a collaborative effort. I think you guys deserve to have a little treat, you know? Never played myself, I watch groups like, oh. That is also how I got in. I do want to know, actually, for other people, what got you into D&D, or what is your knowledge of D&D? I would love to know. Because for me, I got in with podcasts, I believe. Specifically, my sister introduced me to the Adventure Zone, which was a long time ago. It was the McElroy brothers. I don't know if they were popular before that, but they played it with their dad, made me cry. I started playing D&D after that, and then it was all downhill from there. It was the animatics. Wait, it was me that introduced you? Well, the more you know. Dimension 20? You can tell when people got in based on what series they started with. I think Dimension 20 is the newest big one. I think the big 3 to me, and there might be other people who disagree, but to me, the big 3 of D&D podcast is the Adventure Zone, which is older. Critical Role, which I think has the most widespread appeal. If you know Critical Role, that is professional voice actors playing D&D. I think that's how most people get in. And then currently it's Dimension 20. Big fan of Dimension 20. I don't have the subscription for Dropout, but when I see things, I'm so happy. I love the online clips. Thank you, online clippers. Watch Legends of Evantris. I don't think I've heard of that one before. that a TV? Is that TV, like an animated TV show? Oh, Elsa, thank you for the hydrate. I was gonna make tea before this, because I'm trying to be better about tea drinking, but I don't have that, so I'm just gonna have my water. Thank you for being here. Also, make sure everyone you get water today too as well. Stay hydrated during the summer season. Watch them on YouTube. Oh, it's a YouTube group. Oh, I love that. Reddit made me pick up a bunch of D&D books. That's awesome. I'm so glad people are getting into this game. I have my own issues with D&D. If you get more into TTRPGs, there are some people who are really, really, really against D&D for reasons I understand. But D&D is my baby. It's the first one I played with. I might do another series one day where I talk about other RPGs, because I think no RPG fits anyone perfectly, or everyone perfectly, I should say. Personally, I really love Vampire the Masquerade, or if you like more silly stuff, there's Kids on Brooms or Kids on Bikes. But that's for another time. I think we should go ahead and look at our characters today. Also, total side note, right before stream started, like an hour before, my OBS exploded. So, if things go wrong, that's not my fault. I'm just gonna put that out there. Thank you. Okay. Time for... Let me move this over. Let me set this up. Okay. Yes, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Hello. There's our lovely tier list for the day. Did you hear D&D? You bet you did. Welcome, it's Squid. Here are our lovely contestants for the day. I have 38 people on this list. I believe I got everyone who replied on Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you are one of the people who is listed here today, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really like talking about D&D, so the more people I get to talk about, the better. Now, my throat might disagree by the end, but we're not there yet, so we're gonna worry about that later. Also, let me show you off the classes really quick. I'll give a very brief description for each one, and then we'll get into our list. Starting at the top. Also, everything is in alphabetical order. There's no priority for anything here. I just listed everyone in alphabetical order, so if you have a Z name on Twitter, you are towards the end. If you have a name, you're towards the front. I based it off Twitter, mainly, so if I got your name wrong, I'm sorry. I just did my best with what I had. But, anyway, here's our list. Starting... Oh, wait. Silly me, I forgot my pointing stick. Okay. Starting up here, we have Artificer. Artificer is the most tech-related of the D&D classes. Artificer will invent things, magical usually in nature, in order to do various effects. This can range from being an alchemist, to having like a super cool set of armor, to having a pet animatronic that does battle for you. Very much a support class, I think, in my opinion, or at least the one I played was very much support based. I think you can do more defense or more offensive depending on your subclass, but that's how I know it. Barbarian, I think this one's pretty easy. This is the big heavy damage dealer. They have the highest dice pool in the game, I think. Big damage, gets hit a lot, they get mad, they have a rage, and then they do more damage when they're mad. It's the Hulk. You're looking at the Hulk here. Next, the Bard. The Bard is your musician or your dancer or your artist. Any creative field, they use that creativity in order to cast magic and things like that. Definitely more support-based. Most times when you see a Bard, it's gonna be music-based, but you don't have to be based on music alone. It could be anything, really. I think that's the main stuff for that. Also, they have colleges. I think that's fun. Welcome back, Ace. Also, hi, Ceci, welcome in. Next, that's the Cleric. This is your religious healer or damage dealer. Some clerics can do a lot of big damage. This is a pretty versatile class, depending on what subclass you pick. You are in service to a god, and they give you certain powers, very magic-based. To be honest, this is my favorite class. I am not biased. Actually, I'm heavily biased. This is my favorite class. I really like clerics. I think they have a lot of fun stuff going on. They're also the easiest for me to understand because they were my first class, technically. It's a long story. Next one, Druid. Another magic-based class. This one, instead of getting your power from a god, you get your power from nature. It's an important distinction because there are nature gods, but you don't get your power from nature god. You get it from nature itself. This one also allows you to change into an animal. You can shapeshift into an animal with wild shape. Also a very versatile class. You can do a lot with it. I've seen some scary druids in my time. I've only played one, but I think they're a lot of fun. The next one, Fighter. This is kind of an all-arounder for the most part, but it is another damage dealer. Tends to not be magic, can have magic involved. It can do anything from bows to swords to great swords to sword and board. You got a lot of options with this one. It just mainly you are a attacker. You do damage. That is your main goal. Your main goal is to blow up and do a lot of big damage. The next one, let me scroll down a little bit. Monk. This one, you have, I think this is gonna be the hardest for me to explain. You are a chill guy, and you have key points that allow you to do certain things when attacking. Mainly does unarmed damage for the most part. When I see people, most monks I've seen, they do mainly melee damage with their fists. You can have a weapon, but it tends to be you want to punch things, and you want to punch things hard. Also, if you've seen a stunning strike meme, they stun people with their fists. Sometimes. It's very rare. But when it hits, it hits. Next, Paladin. Paladins are kind of similar to clerics. They're a bit more melee-based, is the best way to put it. They're more frontliners in that regard. Well, I can't say that because cleric can literally do everything. The paladins are fully based on an oath. So where a cleric has a god and a druid has nature, the paladin gets their magic from a promise that they have made, or a covenant. And if they break that covenant, they lose that magic, which has some interesting restrictions, I think, that makes the character a lot of fun to do. It can range anything from, like, I swear my loyalty to God versus I swear my loyalty to the crown, or to a very specific set of rules. Very, very fun. I love this class a lot. I'm not biased. Rogue. This one, I think, is a pretty simple one, although it actually can have a surprising amount of variety. Rogue is your big damage dealer. You do sneak attack damage, you sneak around, you skulk. It can range from more like swashbuckler pirate, you're fast on your feet, that kind of thing, to more hiding in the shadows. I believe there's also a strategist class. I don't remember the exact name for it, but you can also rely more on like thinking instead of just doing straight up damage. Also, you're probably the most likely person to hold a lockpicking kit. It comes with the territory. Ranger. Rangers are kind of similar to druids. I hate to say it. Rangers, thematically, I think, are kind of similar to druids because they have more of a nature leaning. They can do both magic and do more fighting-based things. They're kind of a half class. I forget the exact name for half magic, half damage, but they're like an in-between. Their power can come from nature, but it doesn't have to. I've seen a couple urban rangers, which I think is a fun concept. They're more like bounty hunters in that regard. But they have either a favored terrain or a favored enemy. So they're really good in certain situations. They're a very situational class from my understanding. Like I said, I haven't really played this class before, so I don't have a lot of knowledge. I believe they deserve better. Half-caster, thank you, Ace. Next one. Here's where we get into our real mages, like our super duper mages. This will also help me clarify the differences between the three, because I think sometimes people can get them mixed up. Sorcerer, you are born, or you have a certain circumstance that causes you to suddenly start doing magic. You do not study for it, you did not ask for it, you just have it. This can range from, I was born a long time, well, I had a dragon in my bloodline a long time ago, and now I got dragon scales on me even though I'm like a dwarf. It's kind of weird, to God saw me on the day of my birth and thought I was the chosen one. You got range on this one. Their particular thing is, when you're a sorcerer, you can do funny effects with your spells. You can duplicate your spells so it casts twice. You can make it go really far. You can make it do certain effects. They're very creative classes. I played one recently. It's very complicated for my tiny little brain, but I like the class. I like the concept. And blah, blah, blah. Warlock. I've seen some people refer to this as the sugar baby class. This basically means that you get your power from a not god, which can be complicated because there are celestial warlocks. If we get there, we'll get there. But basically, you either ask like the devil, or you ask like an eldritch monstrosity for some magic, and they said, okay, if you follow these rules, if you make a pact with them. This is a business transaction class, mainly. That's the main idea behind a warlock. And then wizard. Wizard is pretty much what you think it is. You look at book, you study book real hard, and then you cast fireball. I think this is the most versatile of the caster, like the full class, the full caster classes. They give you a lot of stuff. You can learn basically any wizard spell, which I'm not gonna tell you how many spells there are because I don't know, but there's a lot. And then I think in addition, you can also have some fun effects happen depending on what school of magic you base your studies on. Wizards also hurt my tiny brain, so that's the most I can say. Okay. With that, I think that's all of the classes. Also, hi Chomp, welcome in. Congrats on coming back from your trip. I hope you had fun. You're just in time. We actually get to do our first person, and that is... Actually, I should get water before I start. I can already hear my voice going. Okay. Excuse me. Alright. Starting with... Let me make sure it's actually on the right person first, because I was testing before. And okay, it is. Perfect. Ace! Hi, Ace TFG. Welcome into the show. You're our first contestant for the day. Let me pull up your lore that I wrote down. I try to get lore from everyone who gave me lore. If you did, thank you. I appreciate it. It's not required. If you did not give me lore, totally okay. It's not required. But it does give me a little bit of edge to give maybe some more specific recommendations. So, this is Ace TFG. The TFG changes depending on the day. Today it's that freaking guy. He's not a kobold, I think. You're not a kobold, right? I forget. I think you're just a you're a dragon. You're not a kobold. I have to confirm. Not that it really makes a difference, but I want to be lore accurate. Only D&D I know is from Jeremy Irons. Ooh, okay. I will do my best to explain everything today. For the first main part of this, I do want to point out a couple things. Although he looks very cute here, I also want to point out he's wearing very modern clothing. Whole dragon, perfect. Okay. Wearing very modern clothing, which means pants and boots. Very utilitarian in this regard. Means it's gonna be a lot easier for you to run around. The big fur cloak on this one, also to me, kind of gives off barbarian. I think it's because furs and cloaks tend to evoke that more barbarian aesthetic to me. But the main thing I'm looking at here is those big old eyes. Look at those big old baby eyes. There's not a single thought behind those eyes. Not say barbarian. I think I'm leaning towards barbarian for Ace. I think he's got the build to be more martial in nature. To certainly having a dragon blood tends to evoke more of like the big fighting energy. Thinks twice, doesn't even think once. That's true. Reckless vibes? I'm thinking of Ace the person now. I think Ace the person is not as reckless, but looking at the character itself, I think I'm leaning towards Barbarian. I don't know if there's anyone who thinks something else. I'm also looking at Warframe Cocaine. Now, what is that, Ace? What does that mean? Would you like to explain to the audience? What other books do you have? Abandon your pet, like... What does that say? I don't know. Like, someone's pet crab. I'm not gonna read that one. Monster Hunter Brick. What is a Monster Hunter Brick? Well, he hunts monsters. You have that. That's another piece of information. I sell it very well. You're in the Filipino class. Well, I don't think that's a class. I think that's a nationality, but good try, Macchi. I appreciate the effort. Okay, what that is? Alright. Alright, buddy. I think we're pretty set on what you are. I think Barbarian. If you have any thoughts on what you would be, let me know. But I think... Get out of here. I think for our very first character, you get to be Barbarian. For subclass, let me look at subclasses real quick. There's a couple. Barbarian. We have... I'll go through them really quickly. Very quickly, we have Ancestral Guardian, Battle Rager. Never mind, that's for dwarves only. The Beast, the Berserker, the Giant, the Storm Herald, the Wild Heart, Wild Magic, Zealot. I've never heard of World Tree. I think that one's... I don't know that one. Filipino background? That's not quite how that works. I think for you... I think Beast tends to work a little bit better for you, Ace, just because... I mean, you are a dragon, so you are kind of a beast. I think also that more animalistic part with the beast part can be more fun too with the dragon, but that's my thoughts. Like, feel free to comment down below if you think otherwise. That what I was... Yay! Okay, perfect. All right, so that's our first one. Congratulations. Thank you for submitting. I had a lot of fun answering Rollies. Next, this one is... It's Alistair! Welcome into the show, Alistair. Let me see what notes I had on you. I believe you're a night owl VTuber or something like that. A midnight mystery that has an affinity for magic, which I think is fun here. Because my first thought, without any lore, is once again, ripped up pants, very functional clothing for running around. The boots also to me make me think like you're running around a lot. But with magic, we have some more options here. Let me go back to my list of classes. I also have both lore, whatever lore, and I have the D&D classes on the same window. So if you see me looking back and forth, that's why. You need to find a DM that let me play as a Kobold Barbarian that turns into a Dragonborn. That'd be hard. I think that'd be hard to pull off. I'll get into that later, though. Hi, Farley. Welcome in. Yeah, Midnight Mystery. There's affinity for magic. Midnight Mystery. The Midnight one is kind of making me think of Way of the Shadow Monk, to be honest. I think with Monk, it tends to be more simplistic clothing. I also tend to think with monks, it's more flowy. But with Way of the Shadow, it's a lot about like blending into the shadows and being in a night, which is where the Midnight Mystery for me comes in. I think what other ones have something related to shadows. Eldritch Knight? No. I think leaning towards more either Shadow Monk or actually Rogue. Because both Rogue and Monk tend to lead into that more magic. Although Monk is more key point magic, which I don't think is quite the same as magic, depending on your setting. It can depend. But there's also shadow magic. There's a shadow sorcerer, which I'm also thinking of. What else? What are the rogue ones? Rogue, where are you? I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts on design-wise or lore-wise what they might place here. All the different aspects you look at. Yeah, I thank you. I think for me, it's very important to get the whole picture. I think having even small details can tell you a lot about a character. And I think that sometimes can be lost when other people look at a D&D design. They kind of look at the whole picture. They don't always notice like the tiny details. I think I like seeing whatever like an artist like tries to emphasize or point out. I think that's a lot of fun, which also made me realize something about pointing things out. Let me zoom this in really quickly. Look at that. I didn't even really realize this, but there's a moon pendant right here, which actually gives me another thought. I believe there's some... I might call this a lunar sorcerer, actually, now that I'm looking at it. A lunar sorcerer gets their power from the moon, which I think also works really well with what I've been told about Alistair. And also the design, too. The black and white could also play really well. Ooh. You didn't see that. Not a werewolf. A werewolf is different. Lycanthropy would tend to be more druid. With a lunar sorcerer, you get your power from the moon phases in particular. I know a little bit more about this one because I did play a lunar sorcerer. The 3 phases are, you get like crescent, you get full moon, and you get new moon, which also plays into the midnight mystery thing as well. And also, Alistair did mention, why can I not pull up my pointer? There we go. Alistair mentioned midnight mystery magic. I think lunar sorcerer actually fits really well. I think I want to go with lunar sorcerer. You also could. I told you. Yes, I think my final answer, unless people have any other thoughts. Oh, there we go. My final answer, I think, is lunar sorcerer. Because lunar sorcerers can also get pretty close in. Sorcerers are pretty versatile. I think I like this one. Final answer. I'm locking it in. Thank you for the submission, Alistair. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get you on the board. You, sorcerer. Thank you, lunar sorcerer, Alistair. Next up on the list. Oh, I was so excited when this person signed up. This is Aubrey. Hello, Aubrey. I was so excited. People who don't know, I actually applied to her tier list as well. She was doing I don't want to call it a tarot card, but she had like a list of different like characters you could be. And I was so excited. I was like, this is for me. I want to be part of this. And thank you, Ari, for applying to do this as well. Because, oh my gosh, I love your design. It is so cool, especially to see in action. In particular, if you haven't seen her model before, this skirt moves. The fish on it are actually swimming inside. It's so cool. I love her design. Let me actually, and I also have her lore too. I'm so excited. Ari is the owner of Satorie Bookstore, and she's a cheetah. She ate a magic crystal and now has superhuman strength and the power to infuse items with energy, but can't use magic. Love diving into dangerous situations head first without thinking too much. We live in her skirt? Well, I don't know if you exactly, but there are a lot of fish in there. So, here was my first thought when I read her lore. Owner of a bookstore. Magic crystals, power to infuse items. To me, that instantly said artificer, right? Artificers, they infuse items with magic, literally. That is their job. But I was like, wait a minute. she can't use magic, which is a key part of being an artificer for the most part, is that they rely on their spells a lot. It is possible to play an artificer without using spells, but I actually think the way she describes diving into dangerous situations and how she infuses items actually led me in a different direction. In particular, I think she's very fighter coded. Fighter has a lot of versatile options. I think they might be close to having the most subclasses if it's not cleric. In particular, for fighters, I remember looking at this because I wanted to make sure I got this right. There's two in particular that I thought worked really well for her. It was Arcane Archer, and it was Rune Knight. I think I'm leaning towards Rune Knight, so I'll tell you guys the descriptions for both really quickly. Arcane Archer infuses arrows with magical properties, using arcane magic to create a variety of special effects. The other one, Rune Knight, which I think I'm leaning towards more. You use mystical runes to enhance your combat skills and manipulate various magic effects. Allows you to inscribe runes onto your equipment, and that grants you and your allies enhanced abilities. I think, in particular, because she mentioned she likes to dive head first, I think Rune Knight very much suits her. I like the idea of her running in and she has all these cool runes on her, like big old sword. I can imagine her with a great sword just charging in. I think it's a very fun idea. I'm just I was pretty locked in, kind of, to be honest. I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts. I know aesthetic-wise, she also has this, like the fish theme and the blue theme, which, there was a part of me that thought maybe like a ranger as well. I want to see if there's a particular ranger that could apply here. Because rangers also have magic, but it's not as key a feature for them. Monster Slayer, Horizon Walker. I think I was pretty on the nose with mine. I think I was pretty on the nose with Rune Knight. I'm pretty happy with my answer. Does she like that, especially someone like her? Oh, you're talking about Meg. Ah, I see. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in. Picturing fish shape. Oh. Fish runes is actually so good. Oh, and the idea that, like, I don't know if the fish are actually real fish or it's just a hologram, but the idea of, like, the runes are also in the skirt, too. Wait, you're cooking with that one, Mousey. I'm happy. I love this idea. I love this concept. This would be such a fun character to play with. Let me lock her in. Thank you for the submission, Ari! I hope you like your new class as a fighter. Pew! Put you right up there. Alright. Next one. This one. Maybe get my notes. Oh, I'm also very excited for this one. I'm also very nervous for this one. Alright. This one is CeeEnn. CeeEnn is the OLM attorney. She is an axolotl VTuber, lawyer VTuber specifically. And the reason in particular I'm very excited for this one, they have been DMing for 6 years for the same campaign. Do you know how crazy it is to get a campaign to last a year? Let alone 6? That is crazy. I have the highest respect. I know my license looks really cool and fancy. I got the Class G. They have their qualifications way above mine. They deserve all the notes, all the praise. I think that's so awesome. Thank you for applying. I think that's really neat. Sorry, I'm kidding. Sorry. Lili-chan is really cute. Hi, Vorjay. Never had a campaign go more than a single night. Yeah, like, if you've played D&D, you know how big of an achievement that is. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's talk design. Axolotl Attorney's pretty good, right? I love her. I think they're so cool. Okay, so design-wise, we lock in. I hate to always be like, oh, they're wearing pants, they're gonna be more martial. But I think language, like with language and clothing, pants do tend to feel more like they can run around a lot. Obviously, a wizard can wear pants, but to me, I think more like she is going to go into battle. I also think with the legal part, the attorney part, that does make me lean actually more towards paladin. I know specifically I'm thinking like a dex-based paladin. They tend to be a bit more rare because paladins tend to use strength more often. In addition, if you ever try to be more than just a paladin, let's say you wanted to be like a wizard paladin, you have to have high strength in order to keep your paladin class, which I'm not quite happy with that design feature for D&D, but I didn't design the game, so eh. But for her, I'm really thinking Dex Paladin here. I also think something like a Clockwork Sorcerer, or let me see what other... There's a couple that are based on more strict rules outside of Paladin. Of course, this also can just... Maybe it's... I think it might not be fair necessarily to be like, oh, a Paladin automatically equals, like, law, right? Like, it just means that legal tends to go on the more lawful side, in my opinion. Now, good or evil, that's a whole other thing. But that's a class for another time. I think Paladin's funny. I think it fits really well, though. I'm also biased towards female paladins. That's just a me thing. I think she'd look really good with like a holy symbol or like a sword and shield. It's very classic paladin look. I also think, oh, you know what? The other thing, a lot of the times when I think of like paladin visual language, I think of those like helmets with like the feathers like splaying out on the sides like a griffin. I think that also kind of is evoked here with her, what are they called for axolotls? I don't want to call it antenna, but like the fins here also kind of evoke that like bird sort of imagery to me. You know what I mean? Kind of wizard since, ooh, lawyers have to go through a lot of schooling. That's true. That's a good point. There are some fun subclasses for wizard too. Let me go through those really quickly. You might be cooking. All right. There are 12 official schools. We have Blade Singer, which is elves and half-elves. Chronergy, which is time magic. We have gravity magic. Order of Scribes would be pretty good. Order of Scribes is you rely a lot more on your book. It lets you do a couple more cool things with it. Abjuration magic could also be good. Abjuration is specializing in protective magic, making sure you and your allies are safe, which I think, oh, that could suit pretty well. We also have Conjuration, you summon things. Divination is you're a fortune teller, basically. Enchantment, you make magic item. Evocation, fireball. Illusion, you make elusive magic and mirages and images, stuff like that. Necromancy, dead stuff. Transmutation, you change things from one thing to another. And war magic, which is more like offensive magic kind of thing. One of the D&Ds in all time. Hi, Kaymie, welcome in. Things on the sides of the axolotl's head are referred to as external gills. Oh, so that's how they breathe. Axolotls are such interesting creatures. On our classes. So we have Paladin, we have Wizard. I'm feeling both. I like the idea of like her in melee combat. I also like the idea that they do look very professional. The Wizard is also a really good angle. Divination could be rationalized. That's true. I'm almost tempted. This is hard. I like both. I don't know, does anyone else have any preferences? Do you have any other thoughts on like what would fit best? I didn't think it'd be this hard. I wish I could do like multi-classes. That would make this easier. I'd be like, yes, perfect. I think wizard works really well here, just because legal lawyer stuff takes a lot of time and dedication, and that's very much a wizard thing. Well, paladins also, I think, this is hard. Okay, so if I'm thinking legal, there's two parts to it. You need dedication, and you need the study, right? The dedication part leans more into the paladin side for me. The wizard definitely leans more into like the studying and like taking the time to get good at your craft. Hi Okta, welcome in. I'm like that I can scratch my little chin with this. I'm gonna put them in wizard, I think. I might come back later, but I think wizard works really well. I'm locking in wizard. Although if you ever wish to take on a multi-class, I highly recommend paladin. That's my final call. Thank you. Thank you for the submission, CeeEnn, and thank you for your service to the D&D community. Running a campaign for 6 years, honestly, that's got crazy levels of dedication and like time management and understanding your characters for that long. That's crazy. I salute you. I would salute you with my hands right now, but they're stuck. Thank you for your submission. Let me put you on the board. Where's my... Wait. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Next one. I hope I say your name right. I tried to double check everyone's names, but... One. That's my pointing stick. Next character. It's Chkin. Is she not so adorable? Is she not so cute? Look at her design. I love it so much. She's so cute. Chkin is a radio host bear VTuber with chicken wings. I think I love everything about the design. I love all the small details. I think her shoes in particular are so cute. They kind of look like a little Americana shoes. I think is the best way to put it because it's got the red, white, and blue. It's got the blue stripes and it's got the little star. Oh, I love her. You go back to work, have a good stream. Thank you, Ace. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for submitting. I hope you have a good night. Okay. Actually, I need water. Let me get water. Ah. Aren't they so cute? I love the look. And her little bear tail. In terms of... Okay, I'm locking in. Lock in. Lock in. Okay. For D&D design specifically, we have a lot of musical imagery already, because there's a little piano shorts here. Such a cute detail. We also have the clef here, and we have the notes and the headphones. And of course, she is a radio host, which does immediately make me think bard. I also think I can see this being very much a support class. It looks like she would be really cute in like a little like bard attire with her little like instrument, like playing a song. You know what I mean? I think she plays very well into that support sort of design to me. I know, right? Like once again, adding little designs, details that people don't notice at first glance. I love that stuff. I live for that stuff. I think that's so cool. I also do notice she has the bandages, which also makes me think she does like work, like she does physical work, right? And there are classes that can lend itself more into fighting or like more martial stuff that has magic, right? In particular, this class is, for some reason, it's only restricted to elves, but I'm the maker of my own D&D, so I'm also adding her into this. I think Bladesinger could also work really well here. Let me pull up the description for Bladesinger. Bladesinger! blend swordplay with arcane magic. Specifically, you do something called the Blade Song, which enhances your abilities, both like martial and magic, in order to get an effect. I think that could work very well here, too. I can see both. She's definitely a more frontline leaning bard to me, which is possible. There are frontline bards. In particular, I'm thinking... It's alphabetical. There's College of Swords and College of Valor, which I think work really well here. Both tend to lean more towards the more martial parts of being a bard, which I think work very well here. I think I want to say bard is the final answer, just because I think there is such a heavy leaning on the music here, at least for my like understanding. She also very much has like the what am I looking for here? Like I like cool. I mean, radio host is basically it. I'm thinking of like those high school like clubs for radio. You know what I mean? This might not make sense, but like I'm thinking like, you know, like Lemonhead, like that sort of like aesthetic of like Disney. I'm thinking like Disney Channel movies. You know what I mean? With like the music, the original movies with the music. Does that make sense? Am I cooking here or am I just confused? Regardless, I think I want to lock in Bard. But if you're looking to multi-class, I highly recommend Fighter. I think Blade Singer for you in particular would work really well. I also just realized I keep noticing things. I just noticed her bear ears. I thought they were just the hair at first. Like I didn't think about it, but those are in fact her ears. That's so cute. Thank you for submitting. I really like your design. Thank you. Okay. And boop. Alright. Bard, where are you? My lovely Chkin! Welcome to Bard Club. I hope you enjoy your time in Bard College. You have to go already? That's okay, Octa. Thank you for stopping by while you could. I appreciate it. We do also have an ad coming up in 3 minutes. Or 1 minute, rather. I do want to say, every time there's an ad, you're not going to miss anything. I will not continue until the ads are over, because I don't think that's fair to you guys. I tend to do this anyway on this channel, because I hate the idea that you guys miss out on content because Jeff Bezos. So we're gonna do a little mini break. It's a good time to get water and stretch. I will still be here yapping. If anyone has any questions they want to ask, this is a good time to do it as well. But you're not gonna miss anything. Don't worry. When we finish up with the ad break, we'll move on to the next person. This also gives me a chance to breathe. Man, who knew you do a lot of talking when you do streaming? Okay, let me scroll down. I'll start the ad now, just to speed it up a little bit. I don't want you guys to miss out on too much. Ad, where are you? Run ad. For the rest of the stream and everyone gets a class. Thank you! Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. Alright. Now we're stuck in ad time. I'm sorry, people stuck in ad time. I know it's not fun being in ad time. I'm not gonna do the whole, if you subscribe, because I don't think that's fair. There are ways to get around ads on Twitch. Obviously you can subscribe to this channel if you want to subscribe here. Twitch Turbo, I also think doesn't get advertised nearly as much as it should. It's the price of like 2 subscriptions, I think. For the price of 2 subs, you get no ads anywhere on the platform. I think that's a pretty good deal. I don't have it, but I think it's smart. Something to think about. Also, you can also go to YouTube. I am also live on youtube.com. Or if you're on YouTube, there's no ads for you right now. I know that's probably very confusing, but YouTube, you have only pre-roll ads? I don't know how it works. How do live stream ads work on YouTube? Do they just kind of show up whenever, or do they only do pre-rolls? Well, I guess this doesn't matter if you're on the VOD. Hi VOD gang, here's me waving. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good night. Or day, or time. Happy time zone. We don't say that enough, especially with the internet. When everyone's on a different time zone, happy time zone, so good to use. I should say it more often. I just keep forgetting. I'm gonna drink some water too. I'm worried I'm gonna lose my voice pretty early in, so I'm trying to be careful. I do also want to make sure we keep on pace because we've currently done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 out of 38. That's not bad pace, actually. Well, if we do 5 an hour, and there's 38... 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35... That'd be 7 hours of streaming. I'm not gonna do 7 hours of streaming, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry to get your hopes up. That's not happening. I can't do it. That's too much for me. Too much for Liar. Let me move this back. Oh, wait. Okay. But I will get through people. I'm gonna make sure everyone gets the same treatment. I hope everyone likes what they get. Thank you for submitting once again. I love really cool VTuber design. I mean, look at me. I am a super cool design. Look how cool I am. Look at my cool ring. I guess it's a bracelet for me. It'd be a ring for a human. Or my bracelet, which is a belt for me, but would be a bracelet for a human. Or my scarf, which I think it would be a scarf for everyone else. Anyway. Welcome back from ads! Thank you for waiting. I appreciate it. You did not miss anything of importance, I promise. Alright, we're on to the next one. We gotta keep up with the pace. So, next is... pull out my D&D chart. Discoium. I believe I said that right. Discoium. Yeah. This is a disco boy. I didn't see a lot of lore when I was looking, so if I missed anything, I'm sorry, Discoium. But your design already gives me a lot to work with, so let's shrink it down a little bit. Oh, wait, no. I thought your legs were getting cut off. There we go. Alright. My first thought. Space dandy. I don't know, I think it's specifically the chromium and, you know, the pompadour very much reminds me of Space Dandy. That doesn't necessarily tell me anything about the class, but I do want to point out very martial armor. Got the spikes going. Also has some utility too. This looks like smoke grenades maybe. Definitely leaning very much into the martial side. Let me look at my list of classes. The cape always immediately makes me think paladin, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're a paladin. You did list your disco base. Disco to me would lean more towards promoting something positive, like something good, you know what I mean? I guess maybe it's not fair to be like, oh, music automatically equals good. I want to see an evil bard. Sorry, that's totally off tangent, but that just made me think. I want to see an evil bard who really loves music and they use their good music for evil. That's my new character concept. Please feel free to take it. I don't think I'm feeling bard for you though. I can see an entertainer background. But for you, for our martial classes, we have barbarian, we have cleric, we have fighter, we have paladin. I could also see rogue. I could see an argument for like a heavier armor rogue here. Particularly maybe like a swashbuckler. That would tend to lean more into the space dandy in my head. The superhero? I think I didn't see a lot of lore, so I'm once again Discoium. I'm sorry if you had lore and I missed it. I tried to look around. I'm getting more of like a space vibe. I think the chromium for some reason makes me think of like Warhammer, if you know what I mean. Not that this is Warhammer based, but like when I think of like Warhammer designs, it's this kind of same color palette idea. Although I think Warhammer armor tends to be like really big. I wish I had like a pen that I could like do my design notes on. The utility makes me also lean towards rogue as well. For me, rogues tend to be very utility based. Let me look at my rogue options. Okay, for Rogue, we have Arcane Trickster, Assassin, Inquisitive, Mastermind, Phantom, Scout, Soul Knife, Swashbuckler, Thief. I think the Swashbuckler would be the closest one I'm thinking of for a rogue class. Also, I'm seeing the Fighter Paladin. Paladin could also work. Not as like a, like bound to like a particular person or like a creed or anything, but like, I could see like a music one. A music paladin would be fun. I have so many options. The spikes do also lean more towards like paladin to me too. Oh, you know what? He's gonna give me space vibes. There is something called Oath of the Watchers. Ooh, okay. Let me read Oath of the Watchers. Oath of the Watchers are designed to guard against the threats of extraplanar entities. So things like aliens. You're able to hinder and combat creatures from other realms with abilities centered around detection, containment, and banishment. I think I like that. I think I like the idea of like a space paladin who's going around with like music, fighting for like getting rid of like threats to his like home. I think that's a fun one. Music paladin sounds interesting. I think that might be it. I think I'm locking it in. I'm locking in. Discoium, congratulations on your new oath of being a watcher. You get to go fight aliens and space cool music. I hope you like it. Thank you for submitting. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you! Let's put you on the board. Let's see. Where are you on my board? There you are. First Paladin. Welcome in. We're pretty good so far. Everyone's had a different class so far. Doktrr Blue. I already named you, but I remember your challenge to me. Everyone, welcome in. Doktrr Blue. Oh, you're very big, Doktrr Blue. Let me shrink you. Oh. Oh. Can you shrink down for me, please? Yay! Okay. Everyone say hi, Doktrr Blue. Doktrr Blue gave me this lore. Doktrr Blue is the dinosaur pirate extraordinaire, captain of the Azor Rex. Made my persona based on a Pathfinder OC, so I'd fit, right? And it additionally gave me the challenge, not a rogue, which I think is very funny because that was not my first thought. I can definitely see it though, especially because Swashbuckler immediately makes me think pirates, right? Wait. Okay, let me... I gotta do the hydrate and posture check 1 second. Thank you, Chomp. If you have water, you should drink something, and you should also fix your shrimp posture right now. Okay, water consumed. Alright. So, a couple things to work with here. Dinosaur could be druid. Captain of the Azor Rex, which means he is a leader, which to me makes me think Battle Master, or, well, that's a rogue. We're gonna, okay, no rogue, no rogue. Fighter, okay, so my first thought's fighter. Apparently there's a Path of the Open Sea Paladin, but that's not official. Let's see. I'm going through the list currently. A cleric could also... Oh. A nature cleric could be fun. Specifically for, like, Umberly. Let me see if I can find it. There's also Warlock. Oh, you have so many options. See, the hard mode was not making you a rogue. The hard mode was figuring out what not to make you. I think you have a lot of fun details that give me different directions to go in. Especially, one other thing I noticed that I haven't brought up yet. These markings in particular make me think very much of, like, Eldritch in nature. You know what I mean? Like, it's the idea of, like, you have been marked by an entity outside of who you are. Especially because the green pops out so much against your base skin color. I think that also lends itself very much into Warlock range. I think specifically, there's a Warlock of the depths. Fathomless is what I'm thinking of. Fathomless, it tends to deal with like from the watery depths. I think that could work very well. That would be more that'd be half caster, which I think tends to be more mobile, which I think works very well for a pirate. That's where the rogue part comes in, right? It's like when you think of a swashbuckler, it's like fast on their light on their feet kind of thing. I think that tends to go past, you know what I mean? Like that's like the vibe of a pirate. It's not like a heavy armor. You are supposed to move around. Specifically with you, if I made you a warlock, I'd probably make you a Pact of the Chain, just because, you know, your parrot could be your parrot could be your little minion thing. What do I want to make you? You give me too much to work with. Druid would be good. Cleric would be good. A monk could be good. Monks also have that idea of like being mobile and fast on their feet. Dang, you're hard. Okay, let me look at let me focus on the design. Pirate hat. Someone's I'm still focusing in on this part too. Is the green. The energy drink is also very funny. It could be, I know it's like as a joke, like energy drinks here, but that could also lean to like martial classes need more energy, you know what I mean? Warlocks also kind of give me the idea of like, to me, this is my take on warlocks. It's not everyone's, but for me, I always picture warlocks as being like these sort of haggard, like very tired, because they have this weight on them of the pact. Now, regardless if that's a pact that was forced upon them, or if it is a mutual deal, I tend to think of my warlocks in my head, they always have the bags under the eyes. I don't know how to explain it, that's just how I feel. I think I want to lean towards the warlock. Just because I think this marks you as something has happened. You know what I mean? I think fighter works really well because of the more martial aspects of being a pirate. I think with pirates, it's really fun to imagine like the cleric and druidic sides. I also think you being the captain kind of has a fun little detail of like, oh, you could betray your whole ship at any moment in service of your god or your pack patron. I think that would be a fun direction to go with it. I think I'm gonna lock in warlock. But you could do like anything, and I think it would be a good character class. I'm not gonna lie. I think you have a lot of fun ideas with like your lore and your design that I could go in a lot of different directions. I hope you like the answer. I'm sorry I was so picky on it. But I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for submitting, Doktrr Blue. Bye. Yeah. But you, we're so good. We have no duplicates. Of course, there's nothing wrong with having a duplicate. My goal is to hopefully have one person in every like row. That'd be ideal to me. So, let's see. Next one. I love this design. I love all the designs. I was like, oh, I think my sister in particular would love this design too. Next one. Elli! Hello, Elli. Welcome to the show. Thank you for stopping by. Elli, very much giving that magical girl energy. I also saw that she also is a housewife on hers, which I think has an interesting detail. I don't know if that's part of the lore, but I think that would be a very fun lore to be like a magical housewife. I think that's really fun. Isn't her design so good? I love it so much. It's so cool. For me in particular, this reminds me of a show that I didn't watch it, but it very much was like my vibe. It's called Magical Destroyers, I believe was the name of it. The gas mask in particular very much evokes like magical girl, but like with a twist. You know what I mean? So let's talk design really quickly. Also, of course, she is very much influenced by magical girl design. I think is a safe bet. Or at least it very much evokes magical girl design to me. Got the pink flowy dress. The big pink bows also evoke that to me as well. The hearts are so cute on this. I love, oh, the heart imagery on this is so good. Honestly, this is me like being upset with D&D for a moment. There was almost a D&D subclass for clerics called the Love Domain, and I was so excited for it. I really wanted to play a Love Domain cleric, but they got rid of it because they thought it'd be problematic, which, like, if you play it wrong, yeah, it could be, but I would have done it right. I think it would have been cool, actually. So immediately my thought was you would have made a really cool love cleric. That's my opinion. But we don't have, since we're doing official ones, we're definitely leaning more towards the magic side. Going back to my list. Okay, we have, for the more magic leaning ones, we have Artificer, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Paladin, Ranger, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. There is a part of me that thinks you'd make a really sick Paladin. I think your design, to me, like, would be a perfect Paladin design. I would kill to have this in my game as a Paladin. But I think there's other options for you, too. I think this also, like, this makes me think more martial leaning, if that makes sense. Like, you will get into the fight, you know what I mean? Although, the gas mask also makes me think of Alchemist, Artificer, or anything that deals with, like, gas, if that makes sense. Like, something that relies heavily on, like, area of effect. You could flavor that as, like, being, like, potions and stuff. I could see that being an Artificer as well. I don't know if this is intended to be, like, a bag, but I could see this being a container for, like, potion or, like, spell components as well, which I think would be really fun. You're all giving me options. I thought you guys were supposed to make this easy for me. I'm going to steer away from Wizard, I think. Oh no, I can see Wizard though. Okay, let me rule things out. Let me rule things out. Oh, you'd make a good Barbarian too, though. Okay, okay. I'm going to cross out Bard. I think not Bard, not Druid, not Monk, not Ranger. Rogue would be funny. I think Rogue would be a fun twist. Actually, I'd like, the Arcane Trickster Rogue would be so fun here, though. I'm sorry, guys. There's too many. Your D&D license renewal test? No! Oh, no! Now I have even more pressure. Okay, I need to lock it, okay. Part of me is still thinking about the Alchemist idea. And also, I think a big part of magical girls too, right, is like their special weapons, which I think wizards, warlocks, sorcerers don't really get to lean into as much. I think with an artificer, you could do a lot of fun effects with your weapon in particular because you can infuse magic into your weapons. I think that would suit you really well. I like this idea. I love the idea that you're an alchemist and you infuse your weapons with like different components, and the gas mask also leans into that too. Damn, I'm gonna lock that in. I think you would fit in with a lot of classes, but I think Artificer would be a really fun idea for you, especially Alchemist. Elli, thank you so much for submitting. I hope you like your character class. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, thank you. Artificer. All right, next one. Oh my gosh. Who could this be? This one. Fortune! Is this not the coolest art ever? Look how sick this is. It's so cool. I saw this and I like, whoa. I was shocked. It's so cool, Fortune. I love this. Thank you so much for letting me look at it. Let me zoom it in a little bit more so you guys can get a better look. Hehe. Now, for you. Actually, I'm gonna zoom you back down a little bit so I can see myself. For you, I think aesthetically, you very much lean into the steampunk, if I'm right, and that tends to lean into artificer. Let me look at your lore. I did try to take a peek at your lore. I mean, where did I put that? All right, here's what Fortune wrote when I asked for lore. Bro is literally Fortune, like literally. But I also looked at your description. Timeline wandering embodiment of Fortune. Timeline wandering. Widowy him? Oh my gosh, you're widowy him. Keep grabbing. I don't know. Whatever. Pointy. I want my pointy. I think aesthetically, Artificer makes a lot of sense. I'm also getting a lot of like the fire here, so like Alchemist fire. I'm also seeing the blood though. Like you killed people. I'm kind of also leaning towards see, you said Fortune, and you also mentioned Timeline. What does the embodiment of Fortune mean to me? I think is the question I need to ask myself. You also have the pocket watch. One of my first thoughts when I saw you is also Clockwork Sorcerer. Rangers have a subclass about planeswalking, so that's similar to Timeline. Ooh, Grayscale, you have a point. Love the chin scratching. It just helps me think. Let me look at Planeswalker really quickly. Warriors of the wilderness adapt at tracking, hunting, and make their way through difficult terrain. Excel at battling threats that endanger the natural world, and you're skilled with both melee, ranged, and magic. And then for Planeswalker, I think it's Horizon Walker. Protect the world from extraplanar threats, granting abilities that allow you to manipulate space and even teleport. Attacks and bypass defenses as you harness the energies of the multiverse. Definitely leans with a timeline. Let me look at Clockwork too. A patron could also be fun. Although, if you're the embodiment of Fortune, that makes me think you're less going to have a patron and more you are the patron, if that makes sense. I think having you be more leaning towards sorcery, where it's coming from you, would make sense if you were the embodiment of something. You know what I mean? Like it's the magic is coming from you. Okay. Here's what Clockwork Sorcerer says. Influenced by the orderly mechanisms of Mechanus, you can manipulate probability. You can manipulate probabilities and ensure that events unfold according to plan. Allows you to impose order on chaotic situations, prevent alterations to conditions, and repair both magical and mundane items. That does sound like you manipulate fortune. Like you literally can control the fortune of a scenario. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? I think that's it. I think that's you. And that would lean into your more steampunk sort of like aesthetics with the browns and stuff and the pocket watch. It literally is you. It's widowy you. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Sorry, my microphone moved. 1 second. Okay, microphone's fixed. Does seem to line up less in the well sense, but more the probability manipulation. That's true. Definitely for, like, I agree on the concept part. He controls 4chan. Don't, Macchi, why would you say that? Although I guess you did call yourself that during the, during the art thing. Okay, we're locking it in. Fortune, congrats. You are a clockwork sorcerer. I think that's a pretty cool subclass, not gonna lie. He might, in a timeline, enjoy that. Enjoy your timeline. Thank you for submitting. Thank you. Oh, we have our first duplicate. Or I should say first double, I should say. Not duplicate, because you guys are both different classes, too. Or subclasses. Boop. Alright. Next one. Friend of the pond. It's kind of hard to see because it is a transparent, but this is Goldwalker. Our lovely... We have another pirate. I just realized there's 2 separate pirates on this list. Huh. A lot of pirates. Okay. For Goldwalker in particular, I wrote down this lore. He said he didn't have any lore, but I have lore. I made lore for you, Goldwalker. Yes, you are welcome. Yes, you are free to remove the lore as needed, but this is just my first thought when I saw the lore. And also your design. We'll talk about that in a second. Goldwalker says, I don't have lore anymore, unfortunately. It was repossessed by my creditors. You know what that makes me think? That makes me think Warlock. You had a pact with someone that kind of caused some shenanigans, I think. And that made you forget. In particular, that kind of makes me think Archfey. So there's a couple things that actually go into this too. For D&D, there's a character race. It's called Reborn. It's not quite the same, but it is, in the basic sense, a Reborn is someone who died and came back to life. And what is an undead skeleton if not a person that came back to life, right? Sorry, itchy. Swashbuckler, rogue, fathomless, undead, hex, oh gosh. I don't know if we're gonna do all that. I do think, once again, the pirate does tend to lean in towards fathomless. But I think we can actually do Archfey here. I think I'm leaning towards Archfey, actually. Maybe undead. Both work to me for different reasons. The undead part, obviously, like, you are undead. Right? I get that. The other thing, which I think is a more intriguing way to take this with Archfey, is you made a deal unknowingly with an Archfey that took your memories and your sense of self away, which I think is very Fey coded, right? Like, that's very commonly something they do. Think of how they take your names. I think that could be a fun way to take it too. Especially because I feel like there's not a lot of pirates who do Archfey. I think there doesn't tend to be a lot of, like, water themes with the Fae, where there are Fae that are related to water and waterly bodies. I think you could be a fun play on that. I think that's... Let me look at the other classes to see if there's maybe anything else that I could see. I think there's also a rogue option, I think. I do think it would be funny if both of my pirates were both warlocks, though, but for very different reasons. I think that'd be funny. See, Archfey, if we're going with the vibe of Predators. That's what I'm thinking, too. No Barbarian. No Bard. Where is it? Nothing for Ranger. Rogue. I'm looking for Rogue. R is for Rogue. That's Ranger. There's also Soul Knight. I think it's the one there's either, it's okay. Oh, I'm looking, okay. Another one I've played before, which I think might be interesting, is the Phantom Rogue. Phantom Rogues, they channel the powers of the dead, gaining abilities linked to shadows and spirits. Allows you to steal aspects of the deceased to gain temporary benefits and leave behind spectral tokens to spy or communicate. I could also see a Phantom Rogue. To me, particularly, Phantom Rogues, if I remember correctly, they are able to converse with the dead in some capacity, and they take on traits of the undead, or of the dead. And you could play with that in a different direction and be like, oh, these are my memories, but I can only grasp them for moments at a time because of whatever happened to me. Feels a little too edgy for a PNG. It doesn't have to be edgy, though. in my opinion. I think it could be... You can make... I mean, you can make anything edgy if you really try. You can also do the opposite. You can make anything silly if you try. I think I do... I think the Warlock path is more compelling to me because I think there's more interesting stories there. For like, why did you make a deal with an Archfey? How did that happen? Even though you're like a pirate kind of thing, right? And I also do think it'd be funny if the pirates were both warlocks. That is totally unintentional, by the way. I did not plan that at all. I didn't pick your guys' class beforehand. This is all like me thinking on the top of my head. I think we like Warlock Pirate. Let's do Warlock Pirate. Goldwalker, thank you for the submission. Thank you. Bye. Enjoy your new Warlock life. I hope you can get your memories back. Hopefully. Good luck. Bye. Okay, let's put you on the list. Our pirate warlock. So cute. Alright. Next one. This one ate, not gonna lie. I think I wrote that when I first saw their outfit. It kind of eats. They kind of ate. This is... Hans. I believe that's your name. I saw Hans cry was your name. Oh, it didn't pop up. Hans! Look at this design. Dullahanz, specifically. This is Dullahanz or Cry. Look at this design. I love the colors on this so much. I love the zippers. I love this hoodie. It's so good. I would love to wear this if I was more confident. And I don't know if the green and the yellow would go together, but I love this color. I love seeing it on other people. It's so good. Right, the hair. I love this that they spaced out the hair design. I know this for like a ref sheet. I just like seeing references to like, I like seeing ref sheets. I like seeing what they like focus on and stuff like that. Like showing you how to like draw it. For example, you can see the bottom of the shoes here. I believe that's the soles of your shoes. I don't know if it's supposed to be like the backing. You jerk is rogue. Ooh, that's true. What else is here? Or maybe like an urban bounty ranger. Let me look at my list really quickly. Okay, classes. Artificer, not really. Barbarian. I can see an argument for it, but not necessarily the final answer. Bard, no. Cleric or druid? Not druid, because there's the metal. Oh, one thing. Druids cannot wear metal. For the most part, it is against their code. So anything with more metal, I'm going to lean away from druidic and maybe more ranger sides. Although urban rangers could still wear this. It's just something I'm thinking of as well because they tend to be more naturalistic. I could see a monk too. Monk? I could, with like the way the pants are, they're kind of more like not flowy, but like they have a little bit more shape to them, which makes me think visually of a monk. I could see like a street fighter sort of vibe here too. Not paladin. A rogue, definitely rogue makes sense. Wizard could be fun. I think it's based, I'm thinking of the hood, like I like seeing my wizards wear hoods. You know what I mean? I think a hood over like a magic caster just makes me happy. Like I could see you in another setting. I could see you being a technomancer. For D&D though, might be leaning towards monk. Let me look at the monk subclasses. Way of the shadow, way of the sun soul. Okay, here's a list of monks. We have Ascendant Dragon, which is dragon themed. Astral Self, you can astral project. Drunken Master, you get drunk. Way of the Four Elements. Avatar. Kensei is using weapons. Way of the Long Death. I have never read this before. You are fascinated with the meanings and the mechanics of dying. I did not know that was the lore on that one. Interesting. Hi, Bud. Welcome in. You're just in time for Hans. We're trying to figure out what class this should be. What D&D class is this? Yeah, I think Long Death is crazy. Definitely not it. Way of Mercy, you balance between harm and healing. You know what? This kind of also gives me combat medic in a way. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's like the pouch. But this feels very much like more support leaning. Something more lightweight. Oh, but you're also... Okay, also Dullahanz. I have to keep in the lore. Did I write out the lore? Ah, okay. I also need to say the lore out loud. I forgot that part. Okay. Hans/Cry is a Dullahanz. I got brought back from the dead to protect the modern-day witches' coven. That gives me more direction. Oh, bad. I forgot to read that part. I was so excited because I was like, oh, I know what to do with this. And then I forgot to say it out loud. Okay. Protector of witches. Way of Mercy has a signature mask they wear. Oh, okay. Got brought back from the dead to protect the modern-day witches' coven. See, that's really funny because now I'm going back to like Long Death and I'm like, well, you did die. Fascinated with the meaning and mechanics of dying. Using this knowledge to your advantage in battle. Grants you the ability to siphon life force from those you kill to heal yourself and instill fear in your enemies. See, that kind of actually makes sense now. I could see that. Like the idea that like the necrotic energy that the witches gave you allows you to like self-sustain by defending them. So you're forced to protect them in order to sustain yourself. I kind of like that angle. Let me look back at the other classes to make sure. I can also see Phantom Rogue. There's another case of Phantom Rogue that I think... Or Soul Knife. Oh, you're giving me too many good options. Let me also look at Ranger, too. Ranger... Okay, Ranger has Hunter, which is you specialize in tracking and defeating a variety of creatures. Adapting your tactics based on the nature of your prey. Additionally, you gain specific abilities that enhance your effectiveness against certain types of enemies. That could lean into the idea of, like, trying to go against enemy witches. You know what I mean? Like, you could focus on being an anti-mage fighter. Alright, for Rogue, the other option for Rogue. I was thinking Phantom, which is you channel the powers of the dead, gaining abilities linked to shadows and spirits. Soul Knife, you manifest psychic blades from your mind. Oh, that was not leaning as much as I thought it was. When I think Soul, it makes me think more dead leaning, but maybe not. What about options? Also like Ranger because I get druid spells. Being ally with witches tends to lean to... Oh, you're right. Ooh, if we could like... If we want to like lean this more towards like the D&D side. You did say modern day witches coven. If you were going for a more fantasy setting, like a more high fantasy, low tech, the idea of you being raised from the dead by a coven of hags would definitely lean towards Ranger. That could be a cool angle. I kind of like that. I like these options. I think I have to lock in. I'm gonna lock in Ranger. You could. I agree with Grayscale. Monk Ranger multi-class could double dip in Wiz and Dex. So that would be the sort of ideas that I think would work best for you. I did say Urban Ranger at the beginning too. I think I'm gonna lock in. You could be like a Fey Wanderer Ranger or a Hunter Ranger, and I think both would work really well for you. I also think if you wanted to lean into like the monk side with like Long Death, that is a really good option for you. Okay, I'm locking in Ranger. I hope you enjoy that. You can also take a multi-class if you would like of the Long Death, and I think you'd work really, really well. Thank you for your submission. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Boop, boop, boop. Let's lock you in as our first ranger. Boop. Okay, so all that's remaining for things that don't have a class yet are cleric, druid, monk, and rogue. We have a pretty good. I like that we have like a variety of characters. I like having variety. I think variety is the spice of life when it comes to this stuff. Okay, for our next one. Oh, this one. It's Jess. This is Jess Spooks. I'm already seeing details I didn't notice before when I first saw it. Jess, let's see if I had any lore for Jess. Let me see. I didn't write anything down, but you might have something on your... okay, no lore. Do aesthetics. Here's my pointer. Give me my pointer. Okay. Couple things. Ooh. Seeing the little guy makes me think dead, undead spirits. Also the skull imagery with this as well. It's not quite skull, but it makes me think of like an animal's like teeth, right? And the white tends to be like bone. You know what I mean? I'm kind of seeing a more of a monk vibe. Because the pants are very flowy. The sleeve makes me think of that as well. Eyes on the sleeve make a cool pattern. That also is making me wonder, like, why the eyes in particular? You know what I mean? Like, what can we do with this? The arms are also the focal point as well for this design, too, with the sleeve, which makes me also lean more towards monk. Let me look at my list. Monk, where are you? There you are. All right. Ooh, I'm kind of seeing some ideas here. All right, so Dragon No. Way of the Astral Self. You summon an astral projection of yourself, enhancing your combat abilities. The subclass allows you to extend your reach, deal extra damage, and use your astral form to shield and strike at your enemies. To me, astral makes me think of like extraplanar, and I like the idea of the eyes sort of being like this extra planar entity, like watching you. And also granting you the ability to have that astral projection of yourself. You know what I mean? I could also explain for like the eyes, for example, why are they sort of different from like what you expect for most humanoids? Nas fits the Mercy Monk. Oh, that's true. Might be a potential Mercy Monk since the Hands of Harm does poison damage, which fits in the spider motif. Is there a spider motif? Am I missing a... Oh, I guess if you see this is like spider fangs. I think we've definitely locked in on monk, at least. Balance between harm and healing. Using your knowledge of anatomy to both cure and cause pain. Heal and harm with a touch, choosing to restore health or drain it as you see fit. I can see either. I think I'm leaning... The poison damage is interesting, though. Like, the idea that, like, there's something wrong. Not wrong, but, like, touching the hands could be dangerous depending on who you are, if that makes sense. I like that idea, too. This is hard. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna lock in the monk. We do that for sure. You could either be Mercy, or you could be Astral Self. I think both would be really cool. I love this little guy, by the way. I think he's really cute. Got options, though. I love this design. Thank you for sharing it. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Jess. We lock you in. Monk, where are you? There you are. Yay! Okay, next one. It's Kaymie. Kaymie is... Let me get that lore. Kaymie is a space dragon who creates stars and planets. Currently resides in the Milky Way galaxy and tries to understand why humans are the way they are. I think aesthetically, the first thought I think some of us would have is barbarian, because like big hair, big arms, big buff, and the fur. But with your lore in particular, the idea that you create stars and planets, I think that leans more towards magic. Not warlock, because I feel like you are the person doing the warlock patron act, if you know what I mean. Like you were the patron. But the barbarian runes are also there too. Let me see what I have for barbarian. I can also see monk. Monk could also be interesting. That also does tend to lean more towards the idea of enlightenment, for example. Sorcerer, Ranger, Monk have dragon subclass. Oh! Draconic Sorcerer. I think I'm not... Let me look at Draconic Sorcerer. I think Draconic Sorcerer I'm leaning a little bit away from. But that it does lend itself to the idea of like, this is inherent magic to Kaymie. Drive to my dragon ancestor, granting you scales. I was also thinking... Where is it? Let me see the ranger subclass. Drake Warden. Drake Warden for ranger is you form a bond with a drake. I think, to me, Kaymie strikes me as someone who's like a solo act. I don't think Kaymie would have a companion. Ascendant Dragon. This is the monk subclass. So, channel the power of dragons using their mythical essence to enhance your martial arts prowess. Subclass grants you abilities to breathe elemental energy, manipulate the battlefield with draconic force, and inspire awe or fear like a dragon. That flavor text feels very Kaymie to me. Because it's the idea of breathing elemental energy, manipulate the battlefield with draconic force, lends itself, I think, to the idea of like being a draconic, like, space dragon. Or let me see the exact wording. Yeah, space dragon. And the idea of like you creating stars and planets. I think that's it. I think we also look at Path of Barbarian, because you also, like, aesthetically wise, you're very barbarian coded to me. Let me see. Ancestral Guardian, Giant, Storm Herald could be interesting. There is a class or a subclass for Barbarian. I've never heard of it before. It's called Path of the World Tree. You draw your power from the World Tree, whose vast, endless branches touch all of the realms of the multiverse. Power allows you to be more resilient in combat, heal your allies, and teleport across the battlefield. So we do have that too, which I think is very, very fitting. Where is this from? Oh, it's from the new Player's Handbook? Oh. Power scaling brain can't handle Star Making Dragon. That's fair. I think Barbarian actually work here. I think Monk and Barbarian work. The fact that there's something called the World Tree and your whole thing is making worlds makes me think that that's the right one. I think if you want to do Monk, that is also an option, but I think Barbarian Path of the World Tree is your go-to. I'm gonna lock that in. Thank you for the submission, Kaymie! I love the colors on it. I love the ruins. I love this little, like, lore bit here, like what happened here that you lost your horn. I think that could be a fun thing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for submitting. Thank you. Put you on the board. Right next to Ace. Alright. Next one. This one. So cute. I love this design. Killpop! Is this not so cool? I love this design. I love the colors. It all blends very well together. Ah! The lore that I was given by Killpop is this. Stupid... Oh wait, this is their words, not mine. Stupid, idiot monkey who likes metal music and surrounds her entire personality around it. So, aesthetically, Fiend Warlock is what Grayscale's saying, but lore-wise, very much a bard, right? The whole idea is like music itself is what they care about. Metal music in particular. Hear me out. The entire personality being music makes me think of something else. Okay. Here's my thoughts. I think the idea... I think College of Creation is probably the closest answer. I do want to put forward the notion of a cleric. Specifically, maybe Arcana or Knowledge. Specifically the idea of like having knowledge over music. Particularly because I think it's a really cool idea to have a cleric who's like the god of, like they worship the god of magic, right? Or not magic, music. Like that is their calling, that is their creed. They want to spread that knowledge of music and share it together. Forge cleric is also what I was thinking too. Because I think you could go literal with like the metal music. Not only do you like listening to metal music, but also like you can forge like metal instruments and stuff like that. I think, oh, the idea that like you make your own instruments with Forge Domain would be really cool. Wait, I might be cooking. We might be cooking, I think. Plus, I think your design could be very good for like the versatility of cleric. I think if you would like, for example, put like your god symbol here or like anywhere on your design, it would fit really well. I think I like Forge Domain cleric. You would also make a lot of sense as a College of Creation bard. That is true, they get a fire vibe too with Forge Domain. I think, and also the goggles too could very much be like blacksmithing goggles. I think you're a Forge Domain cleric. I think you're specifically like the cleric of the god of music, and your whole thing is like sharing that music and like creating the instruments through which your god can like share their song. I really like this idea. I'm gonna lock that in. I'm pretty happy with that. Killpop, I hope you like that idea. If you don't, of course, there is always Bard. I think that's a pretty... I don't mean to do a pun, but I think that's a pretty metal concept, is like the idea of a cleric who like makes their own instruments. I think that's really cool. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for submitting. I love your design. Thank you! Okay. Lyric! What a cool design. Thank you for submitting. Alright, here's our next one. Oh. I love this art. I'm gonna say this about all of them, I think. I love all of them. It's Lili-chan! Is she not? So cute. I love this design so much. I also think it's funny. Previous design is also black and red, and I love the design too. Black and red is just a good combo. Alright. For Lili-chan, it's also, I believe, also Evelina? Oh, did my alphabet? Ah, I see what happened. Evelina Mortis. Vampire! She's a vampire, which, we can go a couple directions with that. We also don't have to take it. So, okay, let's start with aesthetics-wise. Aesthetics-wise, I think leans more into more of a caster range for me. With more martial classes, of course you can have a martial class that wears like cute clothing and stuff like that. So like Grayscale has like an assassin rogue with the idea of like identities and stuff. So I think like a rogue could work. I also see like more magic, like a wizard maybe, or like a support healer. Not, although, I was gonna say not druid, but the idea of like a druid vampire and you wild shape into a bat, that'd be kind of funny. Looks like she would summon Wisp. Ooh, a summoning sort of class would also make sense. She does kind of give summoner vibes. She could also be a warlock. Fiend warlock or undead warlock. Or druid gets a little bit necrotic. I'm not really seeing the spores as much though. I think spores would tend to lean more towards mushroomy designs, which I don't think she... Or like more natural, so I'm probably leaning away from druid. As much as I love the idea of a bat vampire druid. I like the warlock idea. Like a Pact of the Chain. Ooh, you give me options. I'm also seeing like this little... I don't know how well it's coming across on the stream. I'll zoom it in a little bit. There's also this like little buddy right here, which I think also lends itself very well to maybe more warlocky. I like the idea of a warlock. A vampire warlock could be cute. What pact would you be though is the question. I can also see paladin to do like a sort of reversal of tropes, if that makes sense. I think cutesy paladins are really cool ideas too. I don't know if I'm going for it for you though. I do like the idea of you having like a big greatsword though. D&D classes. Hi Shiro. Yeah, we're doing some D&D rankings. Not rankings. We're doing some assignments today. Welcome in. Let me look at Warlock really quickly. I do see. I always like going multiple directions with these because I think the subversion of what you commonly expect is also fun. Like once again, the idea of you with a big greatsword makes me very happy. Summons. That is the other thing. Is like you do look like a summoner. Sorry, there were sirens. Hexblade for vampire draining curse. Ooh. I think Grayscale got it actually, to be honest. So here's what Grayscale says. Decent summoning spells. Undead Patron for obvious. Hexblade could be for the vampire draining and cursing. And then Pact of the Chain for the bat familiar. All of that I think would suit you really, really well. You could also... I guess you can't do that. I was gonna say it'd be fun if you could do like Hexblade with like a big axe. But I think I don't necessarily want you to have high... Well, you could have high strength. I'm gonna lock you in as a warlock. I think undead is probably the best one, but also if you want to have a big sword or a big axe, I think you can make Hexblade work. I like both options. But I definitely want you as like a fighter in some capacity because I think that's neat. I love your design. Like I said, I wanna just bite your little cheeks because I think they're cute, but I also don't want you to bite me. So thank you for your submission. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your new character class. Pew! Also, I had like 10 seconds to tell you this. We're about to have ads. I'm going to put Lili-chan in her character class, and then we're gonna yap for a couple minutes. Once again, you will not miss anything. If you are stuck in ads, we will pause this until ads are complete. Thank you for your patience while we deal with Jeff Bezos. Alright, let me put Lili-chan. I want to say it's like Lili, like the way you'd say like for JP. There's no good reason, I just feel it in my bones. Here we go. Thank you for the hydrating posture check. The 2024 rules, you don't need to be a hexblade to get charisma on weapons, so they can still have a big... Alright, so you can be whatever warlock class you want if you just want to have a big sword. Good to know. Thank you, Grayscale. Don't bite the girls. I'm not really a girl biter. But like, it's like that cuteness aggression, you know? Like, she just looks cute. I just want to like, you know... want to bite your cheeks. Reminder, once again, this is a good time to stretch and get water and use the restroom if you need to. Because, you know, we've been here a while. I appreciate everyone who's stuck through it so far. I hope you're having fun. I hope you like what I'm assigning. I want to like make sure I give people like the time and effort that everyone deserves, because I think everyone's designs are so cool and unique. I love pointing out like what each person has unique about them, except for the next guy. I don't really care about the next guy, but everyone else, you're pretty cool. I love you guys. Oh my gosh, TV. Hi. I hope you're doing well. Wait, you might be in ads. I'm sorry if you're in ads. Hi. If you're not in ads, hi, I'm Liar. I'm the Wandering Frog VTuber. I like fantasy and D&D and RPG and indie games, and that's why today we are assigning VTubers to D&D classes. Yay! I had a very lovely contestants join up, and I've assigned a couple right now. Okay, here you go. Okay, that's fine. I will do the announcement again when they are out of ads. I will wait for you, heart emoji. What were you playing? I didn't see it. Hard Space Shipbreaker. Oh. You just nervously stare. No, don't be nervous. I love your design. I love everyone's design, but yours was so cute. I also love... Oh, what was your name of your buddy? I need to go find it. I loved your little buddy. It made me so happy. Let me see if I can find it. Unless you tell me first. I love them. Pistachio. Oh, it's such a good name for a mouse. I have a soft spot for mice in particular, because a lot of my D&D characters, especially the ones that I fell in love with, they all had a mouse, like a pet mouse. That's because... Oh my gosh, sorry. My two favorite ones, both were urchin background, which means that they gotta keep a pet mouse. And I loved both of those characters, so automatically I loved the mice attached to them. But Pistachio was so cute. I was so like, oh. I'm also biased too, though. Oh, my bad. I'm biased too, though, because I am a little creature. So I like looking at little creatures. I think there should be more little creature VTubers. I think we are awesome and epic and cool, and I think we should have more of us. I love cute girls as much as the next person, but if I could see like a mouse VTuber or like a frog VTuber, we have a frog VTuber on the list actually. We'll get to them. I love them. Friend of the pond. We love them, right? They're so much fun. That's why I also love mascots. People who do mascots, thank you. I appreciate seeing mascots in my VTubers. All right, once again, hi TV head and raiders, welcome in. I'm so sorry you guys got hit with ads. I will reintroduce myself really quickly. Hi, I am Liar. I'm the Wandering Frog VTuber, and today we are ranking D&D. Well, we're not ranking. We're assigning D&D classes to VTubers. If you don't know me, I like RPG and indie games, and I love D&D, and I love RPGs in general. So this was kind of a perfect fit for me. I hope you guys had a good time. I've never heard of Hard Space Shipbreaker, but it sounds like it might be a strategy game. If that sounds right, like a shipbuilder maybe? I'd love to know. But also, of course, make sure to get water and stretch. You came just as we were doing our water and stretch break, so I hope you were able to do some as well. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a fun stream. Can I be considered a fish tuber? Do you stream with your PNG, though? I don't know how often you have your PNG when you stream. If you do have it on, then yes, you are a fish tuber, so you are a mascot VTuber, so you are a creature VTuber. So welcome to the club. Alright, let's lock back in. Oh, wait. That guy. I guess we can do this guy. Can I make an NPC class? Anyway, this is Macchi. Macchi is not a VTuber, but he got special permission because he is my editor. I mean, look at him. He kind of looks like a VTuber. So, I mean, he also has a very VTuber name. His name is Macchi, M-A-C-C-H-I. Look, he's there in the chat. I can't point at it, but over there, if you're looking at, I think for Twitch and YouTube, it's on this side, unless you changed it. There's that guy. There he is. Look kind of stinky. That's what I'm saying. I would not want to meet this man ever in real life. Ugh, can you imagine? Alright. The cool guy. I have the talking images up sometimes. The guy's a bard, always yapping. Just because he's yapping doesn't necessarily mean bard, though. He could just be... Ooh. You know what? Okay, let's talk aesthetics first, but I can talk about his personality later. Aesthetics-wise, what are we looking at? We're looking at a guy in a Shiba Inu Kiruga wearing a dog outfit. He's spilling the coffee. Very positive and energetic personality based on the design. Aesthetics-wise, this makes me think Ranger, actually, or like Barbarian. Like the idea of like having like your quarry as like your helmet. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking like imagine like a dude wearing like the dead wolf that he like killed himself. You know what I mean? Giving Warlord Raider. I mean, that is kind of the direction you would go with that, right? Ranger also? Yeah. Druid because he's dressing up as an animal. There is something funny to me about making Macchi a druid, and then he wild shapes into a dog. I think that would be funny. However, I don't really think he's much of a nature guy. You don't really strike me as very naturalistic. The ranger part I can see more, though. Good to see you again. Gotta go eat some dinner. Enjoy your dinner! I hope you have a good dinner. And as a criminal, that's why we want to ban it. That's true. We could lean into the rogue, too. I think originally I was gonna be like, oh, it's a thief rogue, and then call it there. Strikes me as a stinky guy. Why would you say that about him? Why would you say that about my friend Macchi? That is so rude of you, Macchi. Can't believe you. Ugh. Someone ban that guy. Man's a criminal. Wait, can be the dog behind the control panel at the end of Silent Hill 2. I could. Well, that would make me think like a warlock thing, but like he would be the warlock patron. I don't want to give him that much power though. Criminal. I'm seeing a lot of criminal themes. You don't necessarily have to be a rogue to be criminal. But let me see what classes I want to give you. We said ranger and we said rogue, I think. I think also making you like kind of... Hear me out. Wizard. Illusion? Or like some kind of thing that involves like manipulating reality. The reason why is, for people who don't know, he's a video editor. So he literally takes what has been recorded and then manipulates it into looking like something else. I think I kind of like that angle too. And also he just kind of looks like a nerd, right? Like look at this guy. I can imagine like a wizard who just like has this sort of like sleepy outfit, right? And the coffee also makes me think wizard because they're always tired, right? So we have rogue, we have ranger, we have wizard. I do think he kind of gives off like... I like the wizard angle. See, now that I said it. His luck stat is also insane. See, that's why I'm also like... a like plucky wizard, like apprentice guy. Like he just started. And like, he keeps doing things that are really, really dangerous, but his luck stat is so like absurdly big that he just gets away with stuff. Bard also works for storyteller. You have a lot of options, despite not being a VTuber, which makes me mad. I was hoping we could just get you over with, but unfortunately you were giving me ideas. College of Glamour. Like anbbit? Wait. Not not Emmett Self, right? Are we talking about the same thing? Emmett. I know a couple Emmets, but I can only think of Emmett Self. Illusion Wizard's very accurate. Only wizards that aren't criminals are ones that haven't been. Oh, that's true. Lego Emmett. Ego. I'm sorry, I don't know a lot of things outside of very specific niches. I'm sorry. Just fits everything. The lore we've given him here. I'm sorry, I'm a fake media consumer. What is it that I keep like grabbing? Oh, that's it. Okay. I kept like grabbing something on the other layer and I was getting confused. I'm thinking either College of Glamour Bard or Illusion Wizard. Those are my two. College of Glamour is you weave a magic of enchantment and allure, captivating those around you. The subclass provides you with abilities to charm audiences, command audience, and manipulate others' emotions. And what is he if not a master gaslighter and manipulator? I think both work. I'm kind of leaning towards Bard, though. I like both, though. Manipulator's crazy. You know what you are. Let's put you in. You know what? I'm gonna lock it. Congrats, Macchi. You're a gaslighting bard. I hope you enjoy it. I think it suits you pretty well. If you don't want to, and you want to be more of a nerd, you could be a wizard. But I'm gonna make you a manipulator and a gaslighter. So have fun. Congrats. Thank you for submitting. Boop. Put you in your rightful place. There we go. Alright. Next. Most people immediately called him a criminal or stinky. I don't care how much of a manipulator he is. He manipulated the votes the one time we were playing that one game. So I'm gonna say that he's a manipulator. Anyway. Next on the list. Mama Blush. I think that's the name I have you listed as. Let me see. Yeah. Alright. Is this design not pretty? Isn't it so pretty? I love the colors in particular. I really like these particular shades of pink and blue. They remind me... This is gonna be such a weird cut, like, reference, but they remind me a lot of the colors from, like, Princess and the Popper from the Barbie movie. Like, the blue and the pink that they wore in their dresses. That's what they, like, give me. That's not, like, obviously what she's going for, but it's just what reminded me. Very ethereal, right? Like, both of them combined. Yes! You understand me. You get me. Let's see. Okay. Lore. Lore from Mama Blush. She is a Dreamweaver. So she... Oh, wait. Okay, restart. Dreamweaver. Meaning... her dreams... I go through dreams, as well as have the ability to turn bad dreams into good dreams. Have the ability to travel through the multiverse via sources of water, and when I teleport somewhere, I have to be touching water. Stars Druid locking in? You might not be that far off, actually. I kind of also instantly thought Druid. There's also... I think there's something related to dreams. I know there's... oh shoot, there is a Circle of Dreams. Alright. So, I was gonna mention... there is a race in D&D. It's called... Oh, I played one. A Kalashtar. Kalashtar are also very influenced by dreams and stuff. Through, like... They have, like, a spiritual connection to, like, the dream world or something. I forget the exact details. I did not realize that you already had the perfect class made for you in Circle of Dreams. I'll read it for you really quickly. You're guardian of the border between the Feywild and the mortal world, tapping into the magic of nature to heal and aid your allies. Subclass grants you the abilities to cure wounds, provide safe rest, and offer protection. I mean, you did mention dreams, and I think the water aesthetic also very much lends itself to you. I hate to just instantly give you, like, this is immediately you, so I do want to give you a secondary, like I've given a couple people. I think also with you in particular, I would also probably, like, lean also into... Let me see if I can find it. Ranger, no. I think the idea of giving you either wild magic or divine soul could also be interesting. Divine soul because I get the sort of like, what's the word I'm looking for? You strike me as like a divine being in a sense. You know what I mean? Like you look like you have like a mission beyond like our mortal coil, which you do. I like that. Celestial Warlock's also good. Ooh, that's also a good one. Like, I like the idea that like you have been tasked by some higher being to also do this as well. I don't know if that's part of your lore, but I can see like you were called to do something more. So Divine Soul, also Celestial Warlock. I do like Celestial Warlock. I like both. I think you could go either route if you wanted to do more like this is something innate to you versus you have been given this task by a higher being. You could either go Sorcerer or Warlock, but you definitely heavily... I feel like the Druid Circle of Dreams class was made for you. If you ever wanted to like play D&D, you would be a Circle of Dreams Druid. Okay, final answer. But I hope you like your subclasses or your multi-classes as well. Thank you for submitting. You are so pretty. I hope you enjoy your new brand new class. Thank you. Put you as our very first druid. Whew, I think we're like halfway through. All right, so get a load of this guy. Next on the list. Where are you? All right. You may know her. You may love her. Meh. Alright. This is May, the Ray of VTuber fame. That one's 100% stinky. I get the feeling she smells a lot like fish and seawater. This is May Ray, friend of the show. Can't believe I might have visited her in Anime Boston. We went to Anime Boston maybe together. Point right, point left emoji. So I'm not biased here. I'm gonna be very, very objective. For her lore, I tried to find. She had a whole lore stream, but honestly, I didn't watch the whole thing, so I don't know what happened. If you are a May the Ray fan, you might have more for me here, but she is a Manta Ray mailman. Made in a lab, maybe? I don't know if that's canon or not. I made that as I like joked about that. I don't know if she actually like took it. I don't know. But here's some details. She just yapped the whole stream and drew fish. That sounds about right. Knee-jerk is thief rogue. I like the idea of her being a rogue, actually. I actually was thinking about this. She can shoot lasers from her eyes. When was that canonized? I don't remember that being part of the lore. What was I even gonna talk about? That just threw me off. I'm gonna put that as fan canon. Or fanon instead of canon. But good to know. She has a whole short about it. I guess I'm a fake fan. Rogues make couriers. Shoot layers of arcane trickster. Alright, let me go over some design stuff really quickly. I need to remember, I was gonna say, I didn't really know where to put her because she has options. I think I like Rogue though. I think Rogue is a good choice. I can definitely see her like skulking around. That sounds so mean, but like I can see like she did have that music video where she like killed someone. Like as an assassin. Like she literally assassinated someone. I guess you are an assassin. Was it like Assassin Princess? Wasn't that the name? I also do like the idea of like couriers being like a front for doing more nefarious acts. You also, I think when you played Monster Hunter, you did dual blades, which also very much leans into that too. I think you're a rogue. I think what other classes you... I can also see Bard, theoretically, like a college of... I don't know. Maybe like a college of... Go through. Because she is an artist, too, which makes me also lean towards Bard. College of Creation could be interesting. College of Lore would be funny, given that she doesn't have any. Harness the magic of creation, channeling the raw chaos that formed the universe. That also feels very her. The idea of like channeling raw chaos into something that like is beautiful and like brand new. You know what I mean? Really, she didn't really play it, but I think she did like pick dual blades when she did play, if I remember correctly. I think I'm gonna lock in Rogue, but if you want to be a Bard, May, you could definitely be like College of Creation, and I would not be upset. Monk gets big zoomies. I don't see her as a monk, just as her friend. I think Monk tends to have more... She doesn't strike me as monk. I don't know how else to put it. Like, let me look at the monk subclasses really quickly. Punkin Master. Shadow Monk or Long Death for Assassins or Sun Soul for aforementioned lasers. Channel your inner light into searing bolts of light similar to the rays of the sun. I think I'm gonna lock in on Rogue. You could either be a monk if you wanted, or you could be a bard. I think I'd be more happy with bard, but I can definitely see the monk like look for you too. I hope you like it, May. I hope you're doing well. I can't wink because my tracking is off, but wink. Wink. Yeah, that's really bad. I don't know what happened. Anyway, bye, May. Thank you for submitting. I miss you. Bye. There she goes. Then I put her in the NPC category. Oh, she's our first rogue. Oh my gosh. We filled out all the classes. Yay! We got what I wanted. That's all I wanted, is to make sure that we had one per class. I'm happy. We can end the stream now. Just kidding! I'm gonna make sure we get through all of them. If I have to stay up way later than I want to, that's just between me and God. You have a God class VTuber? God class. I don't think we can make God D&D classes, but we do have a couple who have more like divine leanings. Hi, Hype, how are you? See our next person. You're just in time for... Well, you just missed May. Would have pushed May. Hype? What? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Anyway. It's time to get real. It's time to meet someone just like me. It's time to meet the... Make sure I get this name right, because I know that they have a long name. Oh, they don't have the full title. Ah, okay. We have the Grand Beelzebub, or Boof. I forget. I'm sorry, Moosh. It's Mooshifer. I love Mooshifer. This is my friend Mooshifer. She is also a frog like me. Don't look at that. She is a devilish little frog. The Grand Beelzebufo, that's what it was. I had to look at her title. So cute, right? Isn't Mooshifer so cute and adorable? I love her. I love them. I love everything about them. And they have such a cute... I love them. I love them. I'll do more with them. So let's talk design. So, instantly. Wings. Demon wings. Or devil wings? Yeah, is Beelzebub a... Beelzebub is the devil, right? Something like that. So, devil wings, little tail, and then little horns. Although I think something to put them out that I did not notice before. I don't know how well you can make it out on your end. But see how there's like a little bit of water inside the tail, inside the horns? So there's like a liquid inside. Lord of the Flies. Wait, that's pretty good. So we have a water thing going as well. So we have demonic, although not necessarily warlock like pact. It seems more like Mooshifer would be the one creating the pact. We have water. I'm kind of leaning towards sorcerer as my first thought. Fathomless warlock for 5s. Fiend for Lord of the Flies pun or something else. I think warlock obviously makes sense because, you know, aesthetically and name-wise, Moosh is the devil. But I hesitate to be like... Anyone who strikes me as more like that they are the pact giver, I'm less inclined to make them a warlock. But I can see it, obviously. Moosh being a healer. Oh. Wait, I could probably work with that angle. Let's see. What are my healer classes? Mercy, monk, frog. Let's see. Artificer could heal, but... Oh. I could also actually, knowing what I know about Moosh, I could actually see Moosh being an artificer for like a healing vibe. College of Dance. I had to like hover over it to see what that emote was because I have the 7 TV emotes. Cleric. I think because they are Beelzebufo, they can't be a cleric. Although I think that would be funny. Not druid. Although the water kind of leans towards druid. Oh. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make an argument for druid. I don't know exactly what, like, subclass. But there's the water idea, and there's the idea, like... devils and demons, like, are kind of not natural to the world, right? Like, they're from hell, or whatever you want to call it in your D&D setting. I like the idea of like a very naturalistic force, because I think oftentimes when you think of like a demon or a devil, you think like fire. With the water, it makes me want to lean more towards druidic and like taking like the destructive power of nature, like not like pestilence, but like maybe pestilence, because disease is also a part of nature itself too. And Lord of the Flies, I mean, Lord of the Flies. Hear me out. So there's a ranger subclass called Swarm Keeper. You're surrounded by a swarm of tiny creatures or spirits that assist you in battle. This mystical connection to these creatures grants you a range of combat tactics, both offensive and defensive. So, new hear me out. Not that kind of hear me out. New idea. Swarm Keeper, Ranger, Mooshifer, for the reasons of Lord of the Flies, is a frog, more natural, like, leaning in that regard. Has spirits or creatures that obey their orders, right? And when you think of a swarm too, it doesn't necessarily have to be like... But I like imagine like a cloud of flies, right? It doesn't even have to be flies, but like the idea of like the swarm of like hell, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of how to explain it. Like druid because the animalistic elements. Quasi the chilled out. Spores druid. Flavoring spores is flies. I'm gonna go look at spores druid really quickly. Because I also like that idea. I can see either. Okay, circle of spores. Ooh. You harness the life and decay aspects of nature, using fungal spores to fuel your magic. Allows you to animate dead plants and creatures, deal necrotic damage to Deal necrotic damage to enemies and gain temporary health boost. That also works. I can see both, especially if you flavor the spores as flies. I also tend to see Moosh more in like the magic aspect, if that makes sense. Like, I don't really see them doing martial damage, if that makes sense. It could work, but like, I think the druidic part, I think the druid part actually fits a lot better. They'll lock in Druid. You could also be Ranger. Or if you wanted to, you could be a Warlock, but I think you being a Warlock would be you being a Warlock to yourself. You know what I mean? So, locking in Druid. I like this one. We had a couple different directions we could take. Thank you, Moosh, for signing up. I think you were the first one to apply. I really appreciate that. I hope you like your subclass and your class. Thank you so much. Bye. Froggy. Thank you, Froggy. Druid. Thank you everyone else as well for all your help with me picking out things too. It helps me a lot with figuring out some of this stuff. Alright. The next one. Oh my gosh. This one is so cute. It's Mousey. Look at how cute she is. I love her outfit. I love her eyes. Everything about her is so cute. Ugh. Okay, lock in. Lock in. Wait, I need water, and then I'll lock in. Alright. So, first off, this is Pistachio. Pistachio is so cute, and I love Pistachio. Pistachio is their mascot. So cute, so cute. Aesthetics-wise. I don't think I had any. Oh, I do have lore for you. All right, let's do lore. Lore for Mousey. Silly little mouse girl who works in a castle as a maid. Definitely not just napping all the time in the library. Mouse friend is named Pistachio. Now, yes. I remember there was something about your lore that made me think a certain direction, but I can't quite remember it. So we'll start with aesthetics. Aesthetics-wise, I think automatically, I think support. Mastermind Rogue is funny. We'll get to Mastermind Rogue. For me, a lot of the reason I think of support is because I played Fire Emblem Fates, and there was literally a class called Maid or Butler, and it served as like a support class. They did debuffs and damage. And I like that idea. I like the idea of you being like a support leaning thing. Although Grayscale is saying, Mastermind Rogue, not the kind of person to get dirty in a fight, but will happily tell others how to beat someone. Ooh. I also... Oh, the other one I was thinking of. When you mentioned napping in the library, I think part of me was like, what if you are like an unintentional like guardian of knowledge? Do you know what I mean? So maybe like something leaning towards like a knowledge cleric. Although you are napping, not necessarily like in pursuit of that knowledge. So I think that makes me lean a little bit away from that idea. But something could call you to the library. Love Fire Emblem Fates? Yes, okay. I'm glad someone else is out there. I miss Fire Emblem Fates so much. I should replay it. Let's see. I like Mastermind Rogue also feels really good to me. I like the idea of like you being surrounded by books and like you're napping, but sometimes you take a look at them just like to help you fall asleep. And some of those tactic books are really, really easy to help you fall asleep. But you might have also learned something through reading them. I like that angle. I think I like that angle a lot. I also like whenever a design sort of is like in contrast to the concept, I really like that too. If you've been listening for a while, you know. So the idea of like you being very pink and frilly, I love that with contrast of like you are controlling the battlefield, you are in charge. I love that. I love that idea. Wanted to be a library mouse, but that seemed too simple, so I made myself a maid who likes to hide out in the library. Ooh. And then you would hide it too. Like the hiding thing also lends itself to the rogue. The idea of you wanting to like not necessarily be in the middle of things. I like Mastermind Rogue actually. I think that's smart. XP's in a few skills and proficiency in multiple more makes you a skill monkey. Then maids do have to do a lot of different like activities. I think I want to make you a Mastermind Rogue. I think Grayscale got it. I hope you like that. I'm trying to think what other ones. I think you could also... I love the idea of you being an unintentional warlock. If you want like a subclass. Maybe like an eldritch thing. Great old one, Eldritch Warlock would be really cool too, I think, with your design, because I think it also plays on like the expectations versus like what you do. I think that'd be really fun. Or you could do like an or like an Archfey with like some relation to Pistachio could also be fun. I'm not sure what exactly that could be. I do like the idea of like, if I'm making like a whole new character, for example, the idea that like your patron is like your mouse, but you don't know Pistachio is like your patron, but you like are an Archfey. That'd be fun too. I think Mastermind is my final answer, but if you want to go another direction, more magic-y, I think Warlock would be really good for you too. Gulak would be... Ooh, is Gulak even like a canon thing? Or do slime cubes also go under... I don't remember everything about it. Telepathy and Eldritch Knowledge. Yeah, I'm thinking like you having like Eldritch Knowledge or like something with the Fae would also be really fun. Oh, great old one. Oh, okay. I was like... I feel like there was at one point like actually like a homebrew subclass for like slime, like a slime lock. That's why I was like, is that what you're talking about? But yeah, final answer, Mastermind with secondary Warlock. Yes. Mousey, thank you so much for applying. I love your art. Thank you so much. I hope you like your new class. Is multiple. Thank you so much. Bye. Put you in your rightful place. The girls are next to each other. Aww. Alright. Next one. Yee! Need to be a big genius. Yes. It's so good. I'm glad you like it. Alright. Next one. Patty! Is this not such a fun fashion design? I love this. Oh wait, let me zoom in a little bit so you can see their face. A little bit more. There we go. This is, let me get the name right. Pattycakeez. Pattycakeez is an ink demon. Let me see if I had any, I think there was something else in your description. Let me go find it really quickly. Patty! Sweets loving ink demon. Doing silly things in her corner of the internet. So instantly, very bright, bold fashion. Makes me think Bard. You are a demon, so that makes me lean away from Warlock. Ooh. But I can see Warlock too. I can also see Sorcerer. Wait, let me, okay. Ah, there's directions I can go. Or I could also go like a Martial. I like Martial too. Because we do have like, it looks like bandages and stuff does lend itself to like being a martial class. I like the idea of you with a big great sword. All right, okay. Locking. Oh, I'm gonna lock it. I'm locking it. Okay. First thought was Bard. I also really like Fighter, actually. I think Fighter would be a really fun one. Also because like your design does look like it's easy for like running around a lot more. You think Fighter for second one? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if I'm thinking Battle Master. Let me look at the list. You could be an Eldritch Knight. Because that does have magic and you are an ink demon. You guys fighting in my chat right now? As long as you're having fun. Let's see. Okay, fighter classes. Just gonna run through them really quickly. Arcane Archer, Battle Master, maneuvers, Cavalier, you know, Champion, Echo Knight, Eldritch Knight, which I think is the one I'm thinking of, Psy Warrior, Purple Dragon Knight, Rune Knight, or Samurai. Even thing manifest, but it can make an ink clone. That's true. That's a good use. Wait, that's kind of cooking. You're kind of cooking with that one, actually. The idea of like an Echo Knight who manifests through like ink. I like that. Okay, I think I'm heavily leaning towards fighter is your main one. If I had to pick like a secondary one, I'd probably do like College of Creation or like Wizard or like Scribe Wizard, because those tend to lean more towards like the ink design to me. The idea of like you creating something. Sorry, I didn't mean to put my pointer in my eye. The idea of like you doing creation through like either like bard music, and that also like lends itself to like the very bright bold colors, I think, with entertainers. The wizard one could be fun too. The idea that like you don't have the traditional way of scribing things, instead it's through like your ink. I think that could also be fun. But I really like Echo Knight or Eldritch Knight for you. I think especially I really like Echo Knight. Let me read it out for you really quickly. Echo Knight. Gotta control F this. Echo Knight. You manipulate time and space to summon an echo of yourself from a parallel dimension. The class allows you to fight from multiple positions, attack from a distance, and even swap places with it. The time and space manipulation also, I think, lends itself very well to the demon stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in fighter. I think that's a really good one for you. I hope I get to see you with a big sword. Or I can also see some knives, too. You have options. I hope you like it, though. I think that's a really fun character concept. Thank you so much for submitting, Patty! Thank you! Let's put you in your Fighters Guild. You wish to join the Fighters Guild? Next! Oh gosh, I need to drink water. I took in that breath and it hurt. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Could you hear it in my voice? Ah. Okay. This one. Prudence. Oh gosh, your art is so big. Okay, scoot you down a little bit. I love this color palette so much. Also, they made the art themselves. I was like, ooh. I love the pen. I don't know if I can call it the pen, but like the pixely design, I really like that. Let me get the lore. Do you have lore, Prudence Peregrine? And write it down. Let me check your Twitter. Rat Hag VTuber, Key Collector, and Pixel Artist. Rat Hag. So, first thought. Got a lot of flower motif. You also have like these little ghosts. You have ghosts with you. Are you my phantom rogue? We'll get to that. I also remember very vividly, I took special note of your hat and the way it has like these eyes. It makes me think that you are kind of leaning towards warlock in my head. The idea that like there's some entity watching you or watching over you. They get the phantom pains. You phantom? I think phantom. You could definitely. I did play a phantom rogue that kind of had to deal with phantom pains in a way. That is the thing you could do. Actually, let me zoom in a little bit so we can get a clearer picture. Sorry, I don't mean to pick my nose with my little pointer. Okay. So, initial thoughts. Hat makes me think you're being watched. Sunflower, I think in contrast to like this being watching you, is a really fun detail. I love that. I want to say phantom pain. You also have the alternate hairstyle. And there's the ghost. Okay, so we have three things. We have something's watching. I always feel like. We have the ghost, we have the sunflower. I think I like the idea of the sunflower being in contrast to whatever this is. Like it's sort of like in opposition. Like despite the idea that like you are being haunted by something or you are being watched by something, you still have like these little bright spots in your life to try and purposely stay positive, if that makes sense. Even if there are things that like are beyond your control. Now, obviously that is just my interpretation. It might be something completely different, but that's just what I'm seeing on first look. I'm also seeing the flower motif here with the key. Let me look at my classes. I think I'm leaning towards warlock. Maybe sorcerer. I'm definitely thinking something magic. Not. Oh. See, I wish you could do something. If I had like time, I'd be like, yeah. I think you are a warlock, but also you are a, like, you accidentally became a warlock, but you intentionally became a cleric in order to combat it. I think that's something fun. Or a paladin, maybe? I'm definitely leaning more towards cleric, just because the shape of like your clothing makes me think more cleric-y, if that makes sense. The big puffy sleeves just make me think more cleric. I don't know why. If it's a Ghost 5 Undead Warlock, it's to do Ghost Danny Phantom. That's true. Plus form of dread can be contrasted. That's true. I don't know if I'm going rogue though. I think I'm feeling more, yeah. So, Undead Warlock. It doesn't, I don't know if it's undead though. Let me see. Let me look at my warlock options. Here is our warlock options. Archfey, Celestial, Fathomless Fiend, Genie, Great Old One, Hexblade, Undead, or Undying. So, to clarify, Undead is you get your power from the undead, I think is the way it's best described, like it's ghost stuff. Undying is different. Undying is your patron is like a lich or something that is like unnaturally extending its lifespan. I kind of like Undying in an idea of like, because with me, undead makes me think like, for some reason, this is my way of thinking. Undead makes me think that it's like a consensual like pact, like it is mutually beneficial. Undying makes me think there was some coercion, which lends itself to this. I'm focusing a lot on this, but like that's where I'm like getting a lot of my focus. But you do also have, I think the undead also works really well. Undying is lame prototype. I understand that. I'm just like, we can put them in the same category of like, there's something unnatural that is like whispering in your ear kind of thing. I also really think cleric suits you as well. If we were gonna do cleric, I might say like light or nature or life. Oh, you know what'd be fun? If you were like undead warlock life cleric, that could be fun. I don't know how it would work, but the idea of like you are stuck in a pact with something that is undead and unnatural, but you are dedicating yourself to life and goodness and light. I think that would be fun. I think that's a really cool idea. Brave cleric also works. I'm also seeing the rat tail here. I think there's something about like the rat aesthetic that also I think lends itself to the undead part more, because I think oftentimes, not necessarily for like reasons that it should be, I think rats tend to be associated with like the undead and necromancy and like crypts and stuff like that, which I think also lends itself to me leaning more towards the undead warlock. But that's why I also think if I could like put you in both, I think you would make a great multi-class for like cleric life, undying, dead, warlock. But I'm gonna lock you in as a warlock just because I think I'm leaning towards it more as like your first starting class. Later on, I think you'd be a good life cleric. That's my lot. I'm locking it in. Yes. Okay, locking in. Thank you. Oh wait. Thank you, Prudence. Thank you so much. I really love your design. Thank you. Let's put you in your warlock category. There's a lot of warlocks. I guess the thing is that a lot of you guys could also go in multiple ones and I wouldn't be upset, you know? I know the next guy. Oh my gosh. Guys, when I tell you a prince signed up. A prince signed up. This is Satorie. I think I'm saying that right. Satorie. Do you have a Rains? Satorie. I'm not good with names right now. I've been talking a lot. Satorie is a Leviathan prince from the deep sea and a voice actor. Is this not such a cool design? It's another one of those designs that like I saw and my like jaw dropped. I was like, you want me, a little frog, to assign you a prince, a class? Okay. So you are Leviathan prince. So, okay, things to note. Very regal design. Eloquence Bard. That does also lend itself to, because on his Twitter, he does mention he's a voice actor. That is a good point. Other things I do want to like mention. The shape design to me, capes always make me think paladins. It's not necessarily because paladins wear capes, they just evoke paladin to me. So my first thought when I did see him was like, oh, what kind of paladin could I make? Like an Oath of the Ancients paladin? I think that would work really well. But I also get the idea of like very refined and like however he does damage in like combat. Maybe not wanting to be front of the line as much, especially for a prince, right? A prince should not be at the front strategically. They should be in the back, keeping safe because they are like the heir, you know what I mean? Is it a cape or more of a robe? I think it's like his coat. To be honest, it's a coat. It's not like a cape or anything, but it evokes that idea to me. Devshire Crown Paladin. Ooh. A Crown Paladin could be fun. I like both angles. Thinking. He also has the Willow Whale charm, which I think is cute. I know, like the refined nature of it also makes me think Crown Paladin would work really well too, because he is in service to his own crown. I like that idea. But then Bard too, because of like the refined energy. Like he would need to be a good talker, right? So like Eloquence Bard makes a lot of sense here. Once again, I am overwhelmed with options. Because even then, I can also see like a champion fighter in like the right circumstances. I'm definitely leaning towards Paladin or Bard, but like I can see like other options. I think I want to go with... I want to be careful here too, because I played a Glamour Bard who is very nautical themed, so that makes me want to lean towards Bard. I like the idea of you having like law loyalty. Yeah, like the crown tenants I think suit royalty very well. I can also see you with a sword. Not a great sword, but like a sword and board maybe, or even just like a singular sword, like a rapier. I'm biased either way because I played a nautical themed Bard from the ocean, and then I played a dex-based Crown Paladin who was not royalty, but like nobility. They're both good. Dang it. I'm going to... okay. If I was given, like, all the time, you'd be a Bard Paladin. A Bardadin. I think a Bardadin would be really cool. I think that fits really well with the idea of, like, an aesthetic of, like, a cool... not cool as in, like, oh, a cool guy, but, like, a cool eloquence. But also, like, that icy sort of edge with, like, a Paladin, I think would be a really fun contrast. I'm locking it. Oh, gosh. I'm choking on this. I'm gonna lock in Paladin. But you could be both. Oh gosh, wait, I need to drink water. 1 second. Okay, I'm fine. Alright. Thank you for your submission. The responsibility's too high. Yeah, basically. Thank you so much. I hope you like your class. Thank you so much for your submission. Put you in Paladin. We do also have 2 bards too. I'm not like trying to like make it even, but it appeals to my little brain when there's an equal distribution. Let's see who's next. I'm so excited by this one, personally. Just, I'm not biased. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm biased. This one is a personal favorite for the sole reason. It's Shay. Okay, so I'm gonna shout out Shay really quickly because Shay did the emotes for this channel. Not all of them, but most of the modern ones, Shay made. I love their work so much. Their art style is so appealing to me. I love it. If you like this style of art, or if you like, I don't know, you guys can start crying, I guess. This is your one opportunity to cry if you want. If you see any of the emotes that you do like, they were likely made by them. I love it so much. Thank you, Shay, so much for giving me the chance to rank you. I remember looking at yours, and I was like, oh, I know what I want to do. Because you also give me a lot of fun angles. Let me read the lore really quickly for them. Okay, I have 3 minutes to get through Shay, but I'm going to give them the attention that they need. Okay, lore. I'm just a zombie that was once a witch, but I got torn into shreds. But I got better. So here's my thoughts. Former witch makes me... I like the idea of, like, somehow they lost their magic, which makes me lean more fighter. I know Grayscale's saying College of Dance, Bard, or Necromancy Wizard. To me, I think it's more fun if we lean into the martial side. Especially, like, the language to me of their gear makes me think of, like, a fighter. I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like fighting clothes to me. Like, with the, like, it's, like, a tighter around the body. It's, like, less likely to get snagged. That kind of thing. I also like the idea of, like, was once like a normal witch, but when like they got torn to shreds, the magic wasn't all quite there or quite the same. I don't know the entire lore, so I might be wrong about some things, but this is based on my understanding. So in my head, I'm like, okay, it can be a fighter or a brawler or a barbarian. I don't quite see Shay getting very like angry though. I see more like a cool like an entertainer fighter, if that makes sense. Like a maybe like a gladiator? Let me look at my fighting options. I think also you could lean into like maybe like a hexblade witch. Because I do want to keep like some sort of like martial to it. Blade singer could also work. The idea of like you have to channel your music through like song. Wild Magic Barbarian, reflavor the rage as the old magic. Sorry, I was just snoozing the ad. Because I knew I was gonna need more time. I like Wild Magic Barbarian. Because that also deals with, like, me... I don't necessarily see Shay getting, like, super angry. Let me see... Fighter. Where are the fighters? There's too many subclasses! Arcane Archer... Battlemaster, Cavalier, Champion, Echo Knight, Eldritch Knight, Psy Warrior. Maybe I am leaning towards Barbarian. Late because listening while busy, but thank you so much for... No, thank you, Prudence. I loved your design so much. I was so happy when I saw it. It was so cute. I love the colors especially. I hope you like your subclass and your class design. I'm gonna always be shy every time like I give someone a class. I'm like, I hope you like it. But I hope you like it. I liked your idea a lot. And I think I like wild magic for Shay. I like that. Something like wild magic like sorcerer too. Like a wild magic sorcerer could also work. Because there's two different directions like the witch part could be taken. It's like you keep the magic or like it's blatant or there's something like wrong with the magic after it happened. I like both. And you could also do like undead, like warlock too. The idea that like something brought you back to life and now you were indebted to it. So you could do Pact of the Blade there. I just really want to give you a sword. I don't know why. I did not do you yet, Simfoy. Do not worry. You are an S and we started alphabetically. You're all good. Welcome. So many good ideas. It's been really fun. Thank you. I want to make... I really like the idea of like character design and like your design telling a story. You know what I mean? Like even like small details. Like I really love the like Halloween look for this too. I like the idea that like for like witches, right? You tend to associate it with Halloween and stuff. I like the idea that she used to really love Halloween, but then like she got torn to shreds, and then they had to deal with all that stuff. I like the idea that this also harkens back to the witch concept, right? Like there's so many fun things. But you're on S. Actually, you're just in time now that I think about it. Oh gosh, I don't know. You have too many good options. Tell me that was once a witch, but I got torn into shreds, but I got better. I think the question is, how did you get better? Is the other thing. Which makes me kind of want to lean towards Warlock. Oh, I like the idea of like the fighter, and then like what caused this to happen is like the driving force, right? I think I'm gonna lock in Barbarian. I think Barbarian is a very fun concept for you. I can also see Fighter. I can also see Warlock. I can see like so many things. Roll die in honor of the wild. I think I'm gonna lock in Barbarian. I think Barbarian's a fun use. I think the idea of you being a martial fighter is really fun. And like the idea like the wild latent magic is like popping up. And maybe like your quest would be like to figure out how to remaster it once again. Yeah, I'm locking in Barbarian. I can speak. Shay, thank you so much for being part of this. I was so happy when I saw you sign up. I hope you like your new class. You have so many fun options you could take your character design. I really appreciate you signing up. Thank you! Okay. Let's see. A lot of barbarians. A lot of warlocks too. I will say, I need water. And the ad break is coming up. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to take like a 3-minute break, except I'm going to step away for just a moment to get water and exist for like 2 seconds, and then I will be right back. And then we'll be right back into it. That'll be our final stretch, I'm pretty sure. I think... I did not keep track of how many I did per hour. VOD me, you can figure out how long it took me, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I'll figure it out. 3-minute break. You will not miss any of the tier list while I'm gone. In fact, there's going to be a be right back screen. Don't worry, there won't be anything that you will miss. I might come back when I'm done getting water and stuff, but... Woo! Okay, I'll see you guys soon. Okay, 3-minute break, go! If the ad runs, I don't know if it will. Whoa. Hi. Ow. Actually, wait. My headphones are trying to kill me. 1 second. Hi. Thank you for being patient. I really needed to stand up. Although I did work out right before stream, so I could start to feel the pain seeping in. So hopefully that doesn't end badly. Ha. Alright. Let me lock back in. Lock in. Okay. There we go. Welcome back from ads. I literally just got back, so you did not miss a thing if you were just joining us. We are getting on to... Oh, they're already hydrating me? Okay. I appreciate it. If you didn't understand what I was saying. Next one. It's time for Soapbox Danny. Boop. I love the colors on this one so much. She's so cute. I love this. Alright, let's talk. Let's talk design. First thought, green makes me think like more naturally. Although I think browns also tend to lean that way for me too. She also is kind of giving me like magical girl. You guys know I love a green girl. There's a couple of things that make me also think of other details. Let me also read the lore for you guys really quick as I zoom her out. Alright. Here to ensure everyone is squeaky clean, Danny is the head of the bathtub. Here for a bite of fresh mint soap bars? So if you want to eat soap, this one's the one for you. Always make you think Archfey, Circle of the Moon. Ooh, interesting. For me, so there's a couple things. Ensure everyone is squeaky clean, and the medical stuff makes me lean towards a healer to some capacity. So a druid would work for that. Warlock, not so much. Do I think cleric at all? I could see maybe a paladin, the idea of like keeping things squeaky clean and like upholding justice. I could also see like a cleric of order. Order cleric could be interesting. The idea of like taking that the idea of order and like translating that as being clean versus dirty could be an interesting idea. There's also the idea of like her giving blood in order to like heal others. I don't know if that's exactly what is happening here, but that is like the imagery I'm getting. Especially with the like literally the medical here. I kind of like that. Because there is a spell called Wither and Bloom. Well, there's a couple spells where like the idea is like taking health from others or yourself in order to give it to others. In addition, there's also Warding Bond, where the whole idea is like you take the damage of someone else. So I can also see that leaning into. So any class that has that sort of idea, I could see that working really well for you. Help others make attacks with buff spells, which emphasize non-combatant. Yeah, I can also see the combat too, though, with this design. Like, I'd see this also being like a... I can see a paladin, maybe? I also like the idea of a warlock again. I'm always gonna lean to warlock with, like, these designs. I don't know why. I think I'm leaning... I kind of like the idea of, like, a cleric, though. Circle the Land Druid. Circle the Land. Let me look at that one real quick. Druid. Have a deep connection to a specific natural terrain. The terrain being the bathtub. Subclass enhances your magical abilities, allowing you to draw upon the arcane essence of your chosen land for additional spells. I don't know. What other... Let me see what... There's also Bard, theoretically. I'm not really getting, like, musical vibes, if that makes sense. Outside of, like, the idea of, like, magical girls sort of co-opting the visual language of idols, or vice versa. Clerics do get life transference. Yeah, that's also what I'm thinking. Kind of cleric is the way to go. I can also see like Warlock. I can see Sorcerer. I don't know why I'm making that face. That was freaky. I don't know. I think I'm... Only druid thing is the green. That's what I'm thinking too. Like, there's not a lot of druidic symbols here to me. She feels more like very curated to me. Like, it's a very specific image to me. It's very put together. I think I like Border Cleric. I think that's kind of a cool vibe. Even like if her design isn't, well, that's a counterpoint actually. Her design isn't very orderly to me. Like it's very controlled. Like she knows how she designed it, if that makes sense. But like it's not like symmetrical. Although maybe it doesn't need to be symmetrical in order to be order. I'm definitely leaning towards cleric. I'm gonna lock you in as a cleric. I'm going to say like grave, east cleric. I think you have options for cleric. I think any could work. I also did think monk was another option too, like a way of mercy monk where they actually like heal. I think that could also work as well because I'm looking at these hands. I'm like, she is ready to go for a fight. She looks like she's doing a cute cat pose. No, she's ready to punch you. I think that's also another way you could take this. Dang. This always happens. I'm gonna say... way of... I'm between monk and cleric. Okay. I'm gonna lock in cleric. Order cleric, or like some sort of like lawful leaning god or domain works for me. I think that makes sense for the idea of like you trying to keep peace in your bathtub and make sure things are all squeaky clean. Mercy monk is also kind of a vibe. The idea like you punch people in order to like take their blood. Like I'm thinking like you have like little like brass knuckles that like take the blood and put them in here. Do you know what I mean? I think both work really well. Actually, wait, I kind of sold myself on the monk thing with the brass knuckles. I think I want to do monk. You could be either, but I think mercy monk is a fun way to take your design and like play with like the blood thing and like you can punch because people don't know mercy monk. The way it works is you punch people in order to take their health. You punch people in order to heal them. And I think the idea of like you punching people and the blood going in them is a really cool idea. I think that's a cool concept. Okay, locking in monk, but you could be a cleric. Soapbox, thank you so much for submitting. I love your design. Thank you. I hope you like your class. Thank you. Hehe. Monk. Next up. This one. I love the idea behind this one. It's Spider Monkey. Oh gosh. Can you shrink down a little bit, Spider Monkey? Thank you. There we go. Here's Spider Monkey's design. Let me see if I got lore. Spider X Monkey. A variety of VTuber running a cafe at day and a bar at night. So we're leaning into the food sort of with this one. Astral Self Monk. Why is that the first thought? I mean, it does make sense. I think always the idea of like multiple arms tends to lend itself to monk. I get that. I'm trying to think what we could do with the food, maybe. Yeah. It also kind of gives like otherworldly, if that makes sense. So there's a part of me that's like, well, what if we just call it Aberrant Sorcerer? But that doesn't really lend itself so much to the aesthetic. I remember when I responded to Spider Monkey, I made the comment that they look like they give really good hugs, and they mentioned they really like hugs. Bard's Song Rest could be serving a good meal. Ooh. Yeah, I'm like, there's something supportive about this, where I can see like the fighter part of it. Like I'm thinking like General Grievous with like the swords, right? Like there is that like angle we could take. I kind of want to do something martial. I also like the idea of the like giving support in other like multiple ways of giving support. I think with Monk, why I'm kind of leaning away from Monk is, to me, monks don't really have like a supportive vibe to me. Not that like monks are like awful people, but like to me a monk is on like a self-driven journey. And like people can be involved, but like that's not, they're on like a journey to self-enlightenment. I feel like this is a very like, this person like cares about other people more than like a monk probably should. Think of like an Avatar when like Aang is told to like let go of all of his like connections and stuff. Like I don't think he could do that. Now obviously Aang is a monk, blah blah blah, but that's the best analogy I can give. I do kind of like a swords bard could be kind of neat. The idea that like you could do really cool tricks with like your multiple arms doing like swords tricks, but also swords bards being like a supportive class. I'm trying to think what other, we could do fighter too. Like a battle master. No, let's see what my fighter classes are. And I also wanna, let me look at the monk stuff too, because I know you mentioned astral self. We could go Artificer again. Can you imagine a General Grievous kind of fighter? I'm pretty sure people have made that. Seems less combative, more backliner. That's what I'm thinking too. But there is something to be said about like a big, like a big guy who looks very chill, but then like can murder you on the spot. Like that's kind of a vibe, you know? Swordsbard could be flashy, glamour for full support, valor for defensive. Not really feeling valor. I want to play D&D. You and me both, brother. I find it hard to play nowadays, though, just because I'm busy. I have so much stuff in my life where I'm like, oh, it's hard to schedule things. But that's why talking about it like this helps, too, because it lets me fulfill the D&D taste without, like, being able to play D&D, you know? You know what I mean? Look at all the arms that hold swords. Also, okay, so I'm also, like, I looked at Artificer again, and I'm like... Alchemist could work really well. I did make Elli an alchemist, but there's nothing wrong with having multiple. I kinda like that. I like an bartender who becomes like an alchemist. This is, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I like alchemist, I like bard. Okay, I'm gonna lock in Artificer. It doesn't even have to necessarily be alchemist. I could just see you as like an artillerist as well, or like an armorer. Like you strike me as someone who like makes stuff. I think it's also like the apron also. It's meant to invoke like a cafe or like a barista, but it also to me is like, oh, like a blacksmith apron, like a tinkerer's apron. Also, many hands make light work, and that would help a lot with building stuff. Okay, I'm locking in Artificer. If you want to be a bard, you make a great bard. Swords would work, valor or glamour, any of those. I think those would be really good. Locking in Artificer. Thank you for your submission, spvwvky. I hope you like it. Yay! Get you on the board. Alright. Next one. Oh my gosh. I remember you. Let me pull you up because I remember very specifically why I remember you. Yay! It's Sylvester! Sylvester is a merchant. Let me see if I got the exact thing. Yeah, fox merchant. I remember having this conversation, like, it depends on your setting, but like for most like normal campaigns, I don't tend to see a lot of artisans or like merchant characters in my experience. I don't know why. I just don't really see them that often. I think it's because with like a merchant character, you kind of have this idea of you need to stay in one place. Well, you can be a traveling merchant, but that's a whole thing. Blah blah blah. The logistics of handling merchant stuff to me, it sounds like a lot. I think that's probably why other people might not necessarily like go for a merchant, because you have to actually worry about your wares and stuff. But for a merchant character, I see Simpoid said ranger. I think what other classes we could do. Ranger does kind of work. Let me look at the ranger subclasses. I could also see like a bard with like the idea of being able to smooth talk. I'm also seeing like, I could see like a mage, like a sorcerer or a wizard, like selling like magical secrets. Ooh, a magical secret seller, like a magical like wizard sell person. I've been at this for a while. Or rogue. I don't know if I'm seeing the rogue as much, because this to me, this clothing looks like it'd be harder to run around in. Phantom rogue, another rogue. Maybe I'm wrong. Rune Knight, ooh. Maybe you are a rogue, and I'm just like overthinking it. I forgot the path I was going on before. Did I say bard? No, I was going wizard. Pew! All the way down to the bottom. I think I was thinking specifically Order of Scribes. Or enchantment. So my reasoning for wizard, this design to me looks like it's not as able to move as well. It's not designed for like easily running around. Addition, this looks like a charm. I don't know exactly what it is. But also I see this little ring down here. I don't quite see it on this hand, which makes me think it's very particular that it's meant to be on this hand. And there is also the addition, like, scribes can make spell scrolls, which I think works really well as a merchant. You sell, like, spell scrolls for profit. I think that works really well. I can also see ranger, the idea of you, like, traveling a lot. Let me see what ranger classes there are. Rogue also, again, I think rogue just tends to lend itself well to travelers and merchants, and maybe you sell some illegal goods, maybe. You don't have to if you're a rogue, but you know. Ranger has Beastmaster, Drake Warden, Fey Wanderer, Gloomstalker, Horizon Walker, Hunter, Monster Slayer, Swarmkeeper. I see why someone might also say bard, because you need to be able to talk as a bard. I don't know. I think I'm gonna... Okay, so I'm leaning away from Artificer. I think partially because we already did an Artificer. I'm just not seeing the same... This doesn't strike me necessarily as a craftsman in that regard. All things you could abuse with the inventory of a merchant, right? Especially with like a spell scroll. Like, imagine like a D&D party who just like feeds all of their money into their spell scroll maker. See, that makes me lean more towards wizard. Why are you thinking Eloquence Bard out of curiosity, Simpoid? Is it the idea that like it's about talking and like getting a good deal? Let me read Eloquence Bard. A cleric could also be fun. You master the art of persuasion using your words to charm, inspire, and manipulate others. Oh right, that's the thing that we made Macchi, right? Almost impossible to resist and reduce the effectiveness of enemies. Ooh, I can see the Eloquence Bard too. I think with foxes and fox imagery, that tends to lean itself more to like slyness, if that makes sense. Like sly fox, right? Cunningness and stuff like that. Which I think lends itself to the bard thing very well. But for people who are just tuning in, I like to do like subversion of tropes, if that makes sense, or like subversion of expectations. There's a couple of them where like I took what they like looked like and kind of subverted it because I think that's fun. I think it makes for interesting character design. I think I like the idea of just like an honest merchant who he just makes his spell scrolls and he like calls it a day. He just wants to get like his paycheck and he's just here to vibe, right? I think I'm gonna go wizard. I'm gonna go wizard. Locking in. I'm locking in wizard. But you would make a great eloquence bard if you want to go the opposite way of like high charisma. I like both directions for you. I just really like wizard. I don't think we make a lot of... Did I make CeeEnn a scribe wizard? I forget. Well, you are a scribe wizard. Congratulations. I hope you like your class. Thank you for submitting. Thank you. Let's put you right there. Oh my gosh, who could this guy be? It's time. Symphoid. I hope I'm saying your name right. Symphoid, right? I think that's right. If I'm saying it wrong, let me know. Let me get your lore. Did you give me a lore? I remember thinking, wow, this is a cool guy. Demon Hunter VTuber. Oop. Demon Hunter. Shadow Sorcerer gets to summon Hellhounds. Well. So my first thought when I first saw you, which will probably not be a surprise to anyone else, was this is a Blood Hunter. Blood Hunter very much takes the aesthetics of like Devil May Cry and like Buffy and stuff like that in order to like, you know, get the blood hunting stuff going, like vampires and stuff, you know what I mean. Unfortunately, Blood Hunter is not an official subclass, or class, I should say. So, you cannot be a Blood Hunter, but honorable mention, Blood Hunter. My second thought was Ranger, because, in particular, Beastmaster, given these wolves. I don't know if you have lore for the wolves, or dogs. Are they wolves or dogs? If you have any lore for them, let me know. But this makes me think Beastmaster Ranger, especially with, like, your coat language to me also gives me, like, cloak. And every time I think of, like, Rangers, I think of a book series I read called Ranger's Apprentice, and they all have the big cloaks. So I tend to lean towards that. I can also see Scout, like, Rogue, actually. You name the dog? Oh, do the dogs have names? Can I know the doggy names? I can also see a Scout, actually. Scout is a rogue. The idea of, like, your dog scout for you, or, like, you being a hunter. I mean, you are literally a demon hunter. That does automatically kind of lend itself to Ranger. Because you have a favored enemy, and that favored enemy is demons. I do... Ooh, you know what'd be fun, actually? Here's my thought. Here's my quirky thought. You very specifically are hunting demons. I think it makes sense to do Ranger because their whole thing is a favored foe. But I think you would make a sick paladin. I think you'd be a really cool paladin. Because you do already have this idea of like these religious imagery here. Obviously in D&D it wouldn't necessarily be the same. But you have these crosses. I think as part of it is like the idea of like you can ward them off with these crosses. But you have like a really good design, I think, for Paladin. You have the big cloak. Aurum and Argento. Oh. Holy Blood Hunter. Ooh. Let me see the oath I would give you. If you were a Paladin... Because the fun thing about Paladin, too, is a lot of times when you think of a Paladin, you think of, like, more, like, lighter colors, more, like, holy colors. I think this is a really fun contrast to that concept. I think you'd also go a couple different directions with your oath, too. Because, like, depending on what your reasoning is for why you're a demon hunter, you could do different directions with that. Like, if you want to do, like, I just want to kill all the demons, you could do, like, an Oath of Conquest. If it's more about, like, wanting to protect the common good, you could do, like, Oath of Devotion. Or if, like, you have a particular vendetta against demons, you could go, like, Vengeance. Watchers would be a really cool one. The idea that you're watching out for extraplanar threats like demons. You could also be an Oathbreaker, but I don't really quite see that for you. I think you have a oath, if that makes sense. Could also work. I don't think Conquest would work because they're all about fear. So in a gameplay standpoint, I understand wanting to, like, not do fear mechanics because demons are immune to it. I like the idea of Conquest, but I guess it really depends on, like, what your reasoning is for hunting demons. Them's your #1 enemy? What do you have against the... What did the Mousey maid do to you? Are you a demon and you didn't tell me? Well, I did almost make you a warlock. I think I want to lock in Paladin. Ranger's really cool. I think Ranger and Paladin both lend themselves to the favored foe of demon hunting in different ways. I like the Paladin, though, because I think I like your design as, like, standing out in a crowd of Paladins to me. If that makes sense. I think for, like, a... If I had to pick, like, a secondary... I think any martial class would probably work. Ranger obviously would work because of favored foe. Particularly Beastmaster if your Arm and Argentum are part of, like, your hunting. I could also see Rogue Scout. I think Rogue Scout could be fun, though. The idea that, like, you're searching out for them. You all give me too many options. You know, okay, I'm gonna lock in Paladin. You have opportunities to go in a lot of different directions, though. Paladin 6th class. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I really like Paladin for you. I think Paladin works great. I just want to... If there's other options, there are other options. So, thank you so much for applying support. I love your big coat. I wish I had this big coat. I really like this, like, little, like, pattern on the inside. I think that's a really nice detail. Thank you so much for applying. Thank you. Thank you. Let's put you on the board. Paladin! The Paladins are all so cool. I love the Paladins we have. Let's see who our next one is. It's time! Oh my gosh! It's Teddy time! Look at this design! Thank you for classifying me. Thank you for applying. I hope you like your class. It's one of those things, like, a lot of these classes, or a lot of these, like, designs can go in so many different directions, and I want to make sure I could, like, mention all of them, because I think each direction has its own unique appeal, you know? Big fan of the rogue. But yeah, like, you can also be a really good rogue. That's the issue, is everyone could go in different directions, which means that I have too many directions to pull from. What do I... Now, Teddy. Okay, Teddy. Let me get the lore for Teddy! Where are you? Here, no, that's the other... Teddy has never played D&D before, but has friends who want them to play. And I'm like, yes, please join us. Or any real, like, RPG system, I think works really well. If you have never played D&D before, and you think that all those big numbers are scary, there are other games out there for you that require less rolling, but still allow you to play like an RPG. I'm a big proponent of trying out different RPG systems. I think it's really fun. I think it's a great activity to do with your friends, and they don't require a big, like, upfront cost, right? You can just do it with your imagination. You might need a book, but, like, it's important that everyone gets the chance to play games like this, I think. It's really good for your creativity. But that's just a theory. A literal game theory. Alright. Teddy! Teddy is brain empty, eat pilled, and a haunted teddy bear. Haunted teddy bear. Okay, design-wise, let's look at design. Is there an arrow? Okay. Sure. First couple thoughts. I like the snake bite design. I think those are called snake bites, right? What are they called when it's like on your cheeks? I forget. Oh, they're stitches. Stitches around the throat and down torso, all the way around thighs. Bruised knuckles. And the plushie. Here's my thoughts. I think anything that's haunted tends to lean towards rogue, sorcerer, warlock to me. Bandages and mass bruise imply some kind of martial. That's true. Champion fighter is solid, gets extra stuff to hit more good. Haunted teddy bear. Oh, totem barbarian. That's true. This could work very well for like a non-armored barbarian, because barbarians are better off when they're not wearing armor. This feels very good for like a barb outfit. And the bear thing would be cute. I do like the idea of like a very chill, like a chill person who rages out. Like that's a very common, I think, barbarian trope. Like they're chill until they rage. But I like it here. I really like it here. Because it doesn't look like, I think you would like sort of, what's the word? It's defying expectations in a sense. Because obviously my first thought was like, oh, like a mage or some kind, or like something with the undead. Especially the haunted angle. You can also do Ancestral Guardian angle for a barbarian, but like you flavor the Ancestral Guardian as like whatever is haunting you. I like that. And like the big poof on the fur also makes me think of it. Honestly, one of the last people I want to see crashed out is a haunted bear person. That's true. That does make you even, I think that makes you a really good barbarian option. And like the, ooh, I didn't even think about this too, but like the bandages on the socks too are very evocative to me of like barbarians. Also monks too. I could see a monk angle on this. Like a long death monk, maybe? Not long death. I think I want to lock into a barbarian. But you could be a really good monk too. Or a warlock or a rogue. But I'm gonna lock it on barbarian. I think barbarian works really well here. And the idea of like, you could either do ancestral to work more on like the haunted angle, or the bear part with the bear totem could like lean more into the bear side. Both work. I really like both. Let me get the water. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in barbarian. Let's lock in barbarian. There's so many different angles you could go. I hope you like being a barbarian. I think the cutesy barbarians are some of my favorite, and you are very cute. I love your design so much. I hope if you ever get the chance to play D&D or any other RPG, you have a lot of fun. Obviously, I like D&D, so I'm biased, but I think it's always important to have games where you can like play with your creativity like this. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Phantom Rogue is really good because the soul trinkets are like voodoo dolls. Dang it! I'm locking in barbarian. I'm locking in barbarian, but a Phantom Rogue, you would be a really good Phantom Rogue too. You got options. Thank you! A lot of barbarians. Okay. Oh my gosh, who is this? Did I remember to save her image right? It's my sister. This is my real life sister, everyone. Can't you see the resemblance between us? Don't we look exactly the same? Look, we have the same green, and the same yellow, and the same pink, kind of, and the same orangish yellow, kind of. Don't we look exactly the same? Yeah, twinsies. The witch? She definitely has more of the magic angle, I think. Oh my gosh, Ezio! Hi, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 1 bit, I appreciate it. Conjuration Wizard. You guys instantly went for the wizard angle. Welcome to D&D assignments. We're currently ranking what my real life sister would be. Don't we look the same?
I mean, I agree with like the wizard angle. I was also thinking cleric. I think she's got the very traditional like shape language of like a healer in my head. Maybe not necessarily the colors. Well, I think the blonde kind of lends itself very much to like healing. That's just me. Do I want to do with you? Definitely not barbarian. Definitely not fighter to me. Just based on how I know her, she's not really much of a martial fighter in my opinion. She definitely leans more towards the magic side. I mean, she also like has a big old library that she lives in that I visit her in sometimes. So I think we're leaning more towards the library. I think wizard probably works. Hey, one of your miles, so kind of... Oh, enchanter or conjuration. That's so true. She did make my stuffed plushy model. Any more cheery lore bard? A bard. She would make a cute bard, actually. A lore bard? And like the idea that like, she also likes music a lot. And she sings sometimes. She should sing more. I like the bard angle. Wizard, like both wizard and lore work. I think the more cheery shape language and the colors for me make me think bard would work really well for her. I wish I could do like a cleric. Creation bard works too. Because she did make me literally. I just don't know what I'd make her for like a cleric. Have her hold a harp? You mean a lyre? Anyway. I think it would also be funny if she's a bard and my name is Lyre. I like this humor. I think I want to lock her in as a bard. 2. Oh my gosh. Congratulations on becoming a bard. I hope you enjoy being a musician now. With your harp, not a lyre. Not a lyre, a harp. I hope to see you sitting in the library with a big harp next time I see you. Thank you for submitting! Put you in Bard Town. Bard Town! Oh my gosh, you get to sit right next to Macchi. Congrats. Alright. Next one! I love this design too. I love designs! I love fashion! This one! It's the hysterics! Look at this design. Look at it. Look at it! It's so pretty. It's so elegant, and I love the colors, and I love her hair. Everything about it is so cute. I love it so much. And the I didn't even notice the little cape and the... Ah! I'm very normal. Anyway, okay. This is hysterics. Let me read the lore. A magical honey bear who comes from a long line of librarians entrusted with protecting the vast knowledge of mankind. There's a lot of librarians around here. There's a lot of bears, too. What's up with that? I didn't even, like, this was not intentional. I just noticed this. There's a lot of you guys. And magical girls. If you made, a chart of, like, a Venn diagram of all the, like, different qualities, it'd be, like, bear, magical girl, librarian. I forgot what the 4th one was. Bear, magical girl, I guess it's just those 3. There's a lot of you fit in this one. A lot of you fit here. I like that though. I think it's fun. Stars drew with the bits and baubles. Oh, that's a good start. Especially with protecting the vast knowledge of mankind. All right, I remember now. Stars drew get a star map for their spellcasting, so it hits the librarian. Oh. Here's my first thought was this. Lightweaver sorcerer? There are light sorcerers. So, she has been entrusted with protecting the vast knowledge of mankind. I think it's very important phrasing there is she has been charged with this. She is intentionally meant to be doing this. She's definitely magical. She's a magical honey bear. So, like, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, wizard. I'm thinking... My first thought was cleric, right? Like a knowledge or an arcana cleric. The idea of like you care about magic, you come from a long line of clerics, that kind of thing. I like that angle a lot. The entrusted with protecting knowledge part makes me think a warlock, actually. Like a celestial warlock. Or like a divine soul sorcerer. Because I think both of those could lend themselves very well to like the idea of like being charged with a quest or a goal. Stars Druid I like too. Because you can also come from a long line of druids. To me, there's something about like druids and librarians like that don't quite mix though, if that makes sense. But the stars druid thing is really good. I don't know. Let me look at my subclasses. There's also, of course, the bard angle, but I think bard doesn't really lend itself to like the I've been charged with this. I do like a bard librarian though. You also have too many options. Look at shape language. There's a lot of whimsy, I think, in the top design with like the way like the stars are in there and this little loop. But there's something very elegant about your design too. It's very intentionally put together, if that makes sense. Like it's meant to be like regal to me. You're meant to fulfill a role or a job. If that makes sense. Like you have an important role is like what I'm getting from this design. So something more official. I think something that requires a pact of some kind fits really well. Even like a paladin angle, I think would work really well. Although I see you more as like a mage versus like a spellcaster with a sword, if that makes sense. Especially, I know magical girls tend to have a weapon. I think you're just straight up magic though. I think druids can be charged with responsibility through inheritance rather than a direct order. Oh, druidic is the written languages. That's true. Something refined since star druids are exactly asleep in the dirt. Dang, that's a really good angle. And there's something fun about like a druid inherently like coming with like animal traits, like naturally. I think I like that. I think Stars Druid works really well for you. The idea of like knowledge in the stars and like keeping that safe. Like an ancient grove that has like an ancient library in it. The plants are like growing into all the cracks, but the books are untouched. I like this. I think the one thing I have that might be a point against it is, to me, this fashion to me does not feel druidic. It feels more divine in nature. That's what I'm feeling. Like if this was a more like green coded or like more browns and greens, I could see them more druidic. But to me, this is very not modern, but like society. I don't know how to explain it. Fashion. It feels like fashion to me, like a more modern fashion. I think that's why I'm sort of leaning away from druidic as well. Because even like a divination wizard could work here. You have options. I need to lock. Okay, I'm locking in. I'm gonna lock in on knowledge cleric with a secondary in celestial warlock. I like the idea of your family having like this long-standing pact with like a angelic being. Oh, you know what? I might have sold myself on warlock actually, because you are a magical girl. Or at least that's very much the coded language. Yeah, I don't think you explicitly say you are a magical girl, but to me, the idea of like your family has a pact with like a celestial being that helps you protect knowledge feels very magical girl to me, and you feel very magical girl to me. I think I'm going to lock in Warlock. Oh, wait, but don't we have like a ton of Warlocks? Wait. We have so many Warlocks. Oh, sorry. But this also feels very religious and iconographic. I'm locking in Cleric. Locking in Knowledge Cleric with a secondary in Warlock. Maybe your family has a divine connection to a servant of a god, and that's how you get your powers, but I think Cleric makes the most sense here. Just a lot of people look magical. Yeah, that's true. You don't always have to look magical in order to be, like, magical, though, is the other thing, too. Because sometimes it's in the mundanity that I think the more magic parts can, like, shine, if that makes sense. But yeah, Knowledge, Cleric, lock in. Thank you, Hysterics, for joining. I love your design so much. It's so pretty. Thank you! You on the board. I hope I say your name right. I think I got it right. Okay. I'm gonna try and say this. If I say it wrong, I am so sorry. But it's Vayli! Oh, your picture's very big. Hey, scoot you down a little bit. Let me get that lore. Ah! Vayli is an alien demon from space. Oh, a demon from space specifically. I had to double check and make sure. Another demon. So we have two angles here. There's the alien part, and then there's the demon part. Got a dip for the night. Have a good night. Thank you, Grayscale. Thank you as well. Thank you. Have a good night. I appreciate your help. Let's see. Alien demon. I actually kind of want to go more martial with this design. There's not a lot of like inherent magicness to it. I think for me, I think it'd be fun to do something more martial. Let's see what we have. Demon from space. You can also do sorcerer. I can also see a sorcerer angle here, like aberrant mind, because of the alien part, or a monk. Okay, so there's this thing in D&D. They're called Gith. If you've been here, you know I'm a sucker for Gith. I really like Gith. I really think they're neat. They're also space monks. So, I'm kind of leaning towards that as well. The idea that, like, something extraterrestrial that, like, is really good at, like... I think there's a specific one I'm thinking of. The Keymaster? No. Maybe I'm misremembering. Well, you can do Astral Self, which is the idea of projecting. But I think the other demon was a monk. I don't know if it's Astral Self. No, it was Echo Knight. Not really feeling Paladin. Horizon Walker could be interesting. So here's my thoughts. Ranger is about like favorite foes and stuff. Specifically with Horizon Walker, you protect the world from extraplanar threats, gaining abilities that allow you to manipulate space and even teleport. Your attacks can bypass defenses as you harness the energies of the multiverse. I kind of like that for the reason that you have like two sort of planes of existence you were on. There's the space plane, and then there's like the demon plane, right? You have two different things. And I think combining those into sort of becoming you walk between not only those lines, but also the mortal realm could be a really fun like discussion, or like a really fun like character to build off of. Like how do you navigate being like a demon, and how do you navigate being like an alien, and living in a society where you don't fit in either like demographic? What are my other options, just in case? I could see a rogue. I like Inquisitive. There's something about like a demon being able to like read through lies and stuff that I really like. And the alien part of like trying to understand the new world you're in. I like that angle too. I think I wanted to go... Ah, they're both good.
I think the rogue fits well with like your clothing here. It's very like casual. It looks like it'd be really good for running in particular. Well, I guess Chkin shorts aren't really the best for running in, but we don't need to worry about that. Same thing could be said with rogue. I mean ranger. It's definitely something about like you need to be a traveler in some capacity to me, or a wanderer, which is why I think both rogue and ranger fit really well for you. The question is, which one I like more? Let's do... I was gonna say, I kind of feel like ranger would work really well. I think I like the ranger particularly because it gives you more magic options, which I think lends itself better to your demon heritage. I think that makes the most sense for you. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in. Locking in Ranger, Horizon Walker, Secondary Rogue. Yes. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you like your new class. Let's put you on the board. Pew. Right next to Heinz. Oh my gosh, it's this guy. Boop, 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 boop. Friend of the show. It's Void. Oh gosh, my voice. Wait, I need to drink a sec. Take in this beautiful image while I drink. Yeah. Alright. We're getting there. It's true. We're in the V's. Oh wait. Oh, my tabs are getting messed up. There we go. Alright. Mr. Void Munashi. I think I said that right. Yeah, Munashi. He's a warlock VTuber. I'm putting in a hard mode though. I'm not making him a warlock. He's not allowed to be a warlock. He is the guardian of the soul sanctuary. And also he likes fishing in space. Okay, wait. Let me look at my classes. This might actually be a Stars Druid. The soul. Oh wait, soul. You do a couple things with soul. We have Sun Soul, which is a monk. This is the one where you shoot laser beams. We have Soul Knife, which is manifesting psychic blades, which can lend itself to the more magic-y side. We have Clockwork Soul. I'm not really feeling that one as much. Divine Soul. Any of the sorcerers could work really well here. Okay, so Monk. No. I kind of feel Soul Knife, actually. Rotating the Void, yeah. Okay, so I'm feeling either, like, Soul Knife, with the idea that he is a guardian of a soul sanctuary, so he has some dominion over, like, souls in that capacity. Something otherworldly, too, or extraplanar, like Druid could also work. I'm kind of stuck on Rogue, though. That was my first thought. And it does have, like, the magic, but it's not, like, too hardcore into the magic. It gives you the option to do more. And also, I know this guy likes Elden Ring. This is the Souls guy. I think Psychic Knives works really well for me in the idea of, like, Elden Ring and stuff. Because it's more about, like, the weapons. Also, apparently, magic isn't as good in, like, Elden Ring, so... I don't know, I just think of you as the Elden Ring guy. Let's finalize... I want to lock in Rogue. I actually want to lock in Soul Knife Rogue. But, like, you could also be, like, any of, like, the sorcerers, and I would be happy. You know what I mean? I just think that Soul Knife is an interesting way to go. Also based on how I know you. But also, you could think I'm wrong, and that's totally okay. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and this is just me being silly on the internet. I hope you enjoy your new class! Thank you, Void, for the submission. I appreciate it. Although, you do have the dragon. Honorable mention Drake Warden if you want to have your dragon be part of the combat. I just don't know a lot about your dragon. I'm sorry. What did I call you? I called you a rogue. There you go. You can have you can invade girls' night, I guess. Just be nice. For the next one, we're gonna take our 3-minute break. This is our last 3-minute break. Actually, can I knock through the last couple? No, that's not fair. I want to give everyone the time that they deserve. So we're gonna have our 3-minute break. It's our last 3-minute break. And then we will finish up the last couple, and then we are done. Then we are free. Are we good with that? Cool. Thank you. Okay. 3-minute break, go! Here you go. It'll happen eventually. Thank you for everyone who's sticking through the last bit. I know it's been a lot. I know it sucks that there's only 5 left and we have to do with ads, but... Jeff Bezos. Oh, curse you, Jeff Bezos, and your 3-minute ad break so I can stream without ad breaks. Ah. I didn't put myself on this list, but I wonder where I would go to. I'm not gonna put myself, I'm just gonna let you guys think about it. Because this also gives me a chance to rest my voice. I think I know where I am, but I don't think I really give off this vibe as much as I should. But it's been because I forgot a lot of things. Be a rogue with a bush. I do have my safety bush. That's true. What else could I do? I feel like I'm not fast enough for rogue, although I guess frogs could be really good at rogue stuff. Not sure. What martial class would I be? I think is the harder question. I think it'd be funny to say barbarian. I think fighter is the correct answer, though. I just like the idea of me getting mad. Not that I get mad a lot, but... I don't know. I just exist. I'm just here vibing. Okay, you guys ready for our last 5? Let me see how many we have left. 3, 4, 5. Any of you think we should move? You have 50 seconds to tell me. Tiny frog with big sword. I'm really partial to spears, actually. I've always felt more like I really like spears. I don't have one, but I like them. They just feel nice in my brain. I don't know how to explain it. They just feel familiar. Oh, I was gonna do the hydrate, but the posture check too. Fine. Ow. Okay. I have stretched. Here's a knee, but I can't get the feel of a spear. Get the feels of a spear? I don't know what you mean. Anyway, let's power through our last couple. Oh. Alright. Next up. Where are you? Where's my OBS? Oh, I already pulled it up, I think. It's Waffle! Is this not such a cute art style? I love this so much. I love it! Learning the range of a spear, but the amount. Oh, okay, I understand now. I see. Yes, this is Waffle. Let me see if I have the lore. Oh, I thought I had lore. I got it. Wait, no, you do have lore. Out of pocket, unstable, and awkward waffle whale VTuber. Waffle. Canadian. Okay, so a couple things, which I think are really cute. I really like how this one is slightly translucent and this one's opaque. I like the waffle. I don't know why the waffle has been stabbed onto your horn. I feel like the syrup might be uncomfortable, but I'm gonna imagine there's a reason. And also, of course, I love me a big fluffy coat. Big fluffy coat is my #1. Love these guys. My first thought was like a martial class. Kind of feel like a fighter. The way I'm trying to think how to explain this. Got his prey with the horns. Oh, that's true. It is his prey, huh? My thoughts are this. Big poofy makes me think martial. The horns make me think martial. Not that like people with horns are automatically going to like charge, you know, but like, I mean, they did impale something on their horn. I really like this idea of like, this goes to lean into barbarian as well. I really like the idea of like chill people who look like they aren't going to like hurt you, but then are like deadly, 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 deadly. Which also makes me think rogue would be a good one as well. We got a good trifecta here. Or ranger, there is the leaf. I think the leaf could be a cute detail. I don't know if it's just, I don't think it's ranger to me though. I think I kind of want to go rogue. I like the idea of like, looks can be deceiving. And this looks like a person who is just very nice, very kind to be around. But the moment you turn your back, 10d6 sneak attack damage. Oops, you're dead. I think that's a fun way to go with this. I also think fighter would be good in general. I'm trying to think specifically what kind. Let me look at my classes. So for fighter, I'm thinking like... probably battle master. I like the idea that you have like a lot of knowledge about battle, but you just look like a chill guy, you know? Like a chill person. I think that's a fun, like, expectation versus reality. For rogue... mastermind would work really well, I think. Assassin? Oh, wait, assassin would be fun. I think I like assassin. Or thief. We have a lot of good options. Maybe you stole, like, the waffle and you, like, put it there as, like, a little trophy. I think I'm liking rogue. Although barbarian would work really well. I think the more natural part of, like, this and the fur coat could also lend itself to, like, barbarian. Which one would I think of? Battle Rager could be fun. Berserker could be fun. Wild Heart. You forge a spiritual bond with a totem animal. Ooh, you are a whale. You're a waffle whale. So doing like a Path of the Wild Heart where you are bonded with like whales and like the... When you think of a whale, it tends to have like more HP, right? Maybe that could lend itself really well too. You have good options. Because then it's also like, you don't look like you'd be a barbarian, but I think you'd actually be a really good barbarian. I think you'd be a really good barbarian, personally. Let's do final answer. I'm gonna final answer rogue, actually. I think rogue would be a fun way to handle your character. But given the whale part, I think doing like a spiritual like animal thing with barbarian could be a really fun way to handle that too. I think you'd be good in either role, to be honest. I like both. I'm torn on both. I'm gonna lock in rogue. You're locked in on rogue. I hope you like your new class. Thank you so much for your submission. Thank you. Put you on the board. Said rogue. Rogue. Okay. I'm going to say your name wrong. I'm sorry in advance. I don't know how to pronounce this very specific phrase, but I will do my best. people here might know, actually. I don't know. We're gonna find out. It is. Pew. It's Zerotroc. Zerotroc? Zeno. We'll do Zeno. Let's do... Or we can do Zero. Zero. X's are hard in English. Regardless, it's Zeno! So, let me see if I have the lore on you. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, you don't have the... I don't think you have listed lore, actually. Gone are the days of my flesh. I am VTuber now. Gone are the days of your flesh. Actually, that could be a fun angle. Death on Mage? Yeah, definitely. If this was a modern setting, this would be a Technomancer for sure. I'm actually thinking... I think Undying Warlock, actually, is my first thought with this one. Maybe a Wizard? But for me, it seems like there has been a transcendence beyond flesh. Perhaps through means of, like, a patron, and now you owe a debt to that patron. You know what I mean? Like, it's the idea of, like, he gave up a lot in order to become this, and there's a price that must be paid. Robot that lives in space. That could work well with Undying, too, because with Undead, you don't need to breathe. Not really any... I guess maybe, like, an Aberrant Mind, or, like, a Clockwork Soul Sorcerer. Because he's no longer, like, made of flesh. I think I like Warlock. I'm gonna stick with Warlock. I think the idea of you... Well, Sorcerer also works. It seems like the pack has been fulfilled, or maybe, like, you are a Lich. You aren't necessarily going to have a pack. You just innately now have become this, like, Clockwork Soul. Which is different from the way Fortune was a soul, too. I think is an interesting distinction. Where Fortune was like an embodiment of Clockwork and Fortune and Possibility. This Clockwork Soul is based on the fact that the flesh has become like metal and clockwork. So there's different ways you can also flavor a single subclass, which I think is really fun. I love D&D. Okay. Thank you for your submission, Zero. I hope you like it. Final answer is I'm gonna lock you in as a Clockwork Soul. I think Undying is also a fun angle to take too, where you have to figure out like a patron and like what debt you owe. But thank you for your submission. Thank you. We put you on the board. Next. This is Yasha. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't say names right now. It's Yasashi. Is this not such a cute design? Let me zoom in a little bit. Cute. My first thought was Bard. Typically, I'm thinking like a magician. I'll show you why. A couple things. We have our little rabbit in a hat. We have our little treble clef. So there's music themes here, and there's magic themes as well. In addition, if you look at the card suits, you have more card suits, which are very evocative to me of like magicians and stuff. I'm not seeing a fighter in this one because of how big her coat, or like her petticoat is, and the sleeves and stuff. I think this is not something you can run around in as well. I would not want this getting ripped up either. This looks nice. I want to be in the back line if I'm wearing this. I think there's just a lot of like, to me, it feels magician, which feels either like a wizard. There's a homebrew class that's entirely revolving around cards. I think it's called Tarochi. If we were doing like homebrew, you would be a Tarochi. But we can't do that. So I think what I'm gonna assign you... You're either a bard or like a wizard. The bard is like the playfulness of like the magician and the music here. Like obviously like this is... Like there's something musical happening here as well. And also this just feels like a performer's outfit to me. This is someone who wants to be seen, right? They want to be witnessed and told how beautiful and cute they are because they are beautiful and cute. Oh, cute cherries. Wizard also to me, there's not as much of the flashiness in being a wizard, but the idea of like illusions or like using cards as sort of like a way to divine things, specifically like a divination wizard would be kind of interesting to use like card suits and stuff. It's like a step away from tarot cards, but I kind of like that. There's also illusion magic too, which plays into the magician vibe. I like the idea of a wizard that's happy and like cheery and does like illusion magic. Because most of the time when you think of a wizard, you think of like, ah, they're going to do nerd stuff. Like that's a nerd, right? But this is not a nerd. This is someone who wants to entertain and have fun, right? I like that in a wizard. I think you'd make a really good illusion wizard. Follow-up answer is Bard. Glamour Bard in particular, because that has a lot to do with illusions and stuff. I think that'd be fun for you. But final answer, I'm gonna call you an illusion wizard. I think you'd make a great magician. I hope you have a great career in it. Thank you for submitting. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get you on the board. I love the wizards. They all have like interesting ear shapes. That was not intentional, but that's something interesting. Next. It's Zinco. Zinco has 2 designs actually, which I think is fun. They can shapeshift between the 2 forms. Yeah. Lore. A Grim Reaper with shapeshifting abilities. I was once a sorceress who was betrayed and drained of all magic. The Grim Reaper showed up and offered a deal, and in exchange their work in his army. So first thought would be, I'm dying. 1 second. Blah. There we go. First thought. Undead Warlock, right? You literally take a deal with the Grim Reaper. Hear me out, though. You no longer have magic. Or at least you were drained of all magic. The deal with the Grim Reaper might have given you that magic back. I think it's more interesting if you still don't have your magic, but instead you have been given access to the magic in a different way. Because you still can shapeshift. Let me also adjust the sizing. You can still do magic to do shapeshifting, although if you're a changeling, that's a whole other thing. I don't know how that works with magic. Much to think about. I like the idea of you just being a Battlemaster fighter, though. Like, you look like you are a commander of some type. And also, one thing I want to point out, I pointed this out when I got their submission. I really like when there's like, with this in particular, you can see where things change and where things differ, and I think that presentation between the 2 forms is really interesting. Like, these are the same person, but they take on different aspects when they shapeshift. So like obviously the pink here comes in where there's no pink here. They both keep the armband, they both keep the choker, but where the male form or the masculine form has a tie, the more feminine form has a bow with a skull. And also, they have a hat in the feminine form, not in the masculine. And the way the like eye patch changes between the 2 forms is really cool too. I love details like this. I love seeing the differences. And you also keep the scarf too. I'm a scarf fan. I love the scarf. I think it's cool. Although, is it a scarf? It looks like there's no scarf on this side. Maybe it's like a back detailing. I like it regardless. I love scarf like ideas. I also see this number here. I don't know Latin symbols, but I like that as a detail too. I think they're the same on either side. I like how it's different on either side though. Like the masculine form has it on his right, and the female form has it on their left. Oh, that's fun. Hey, breakfast came back. She's still going. We're almost there. We saved the cool designs. The cool designs are good. I love cool designs. Also, I really like this little yellow streak. I like that the color of the hair changes, but the yellow stays. Or I guess it's more orange. I love the character design. I could probably go on for a lot longer about this design because I think it's so neat, but I do want to keep time because, oh boy. Oh boy. So for me, going back to it, I'm steering away from mages or like full casters, so no warlock. no sorcerer, no wizard. Although obviously the warlock is like the obvious choice, so that's like my secondary. I'll be able to put that as my secondary. I think making you a battle master fighter or like an eldritch knight would be really cool. I think you as an eldritch knight would be really fun. You have the design that makes me think you're running around in battle giving orders, and as well as like doing damage, especially the feminine form. I don't know why. This one feels like it's more of like the frontliner, and this one's more of the backliner, if that makes sense. Like it's the same person, but I just get different vibes, you know? You know what I mean? So I think I want to say Battle Master Fighter, secondary Undying Warlock. And the whole idea is like getting revenge on the people who took away your magic, or even potentially getting your magic back. I wonder at what cost though, because you do work for the Grim Reaper now. I'm sure it's fine. Thank you for your submission. I hope you like your new classes of fighter and slash warlock slash thank you. Bye 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 bye. Cinco. You go. Fighter. I love everyone. I love seeing everyone in their different rows. I feel like they all make sense when you put them together too. These two are cute next to each other too. Hehe. Alright. Last but not least. I'm gonna make sure I say your name right, hopefully. Hopefully. This is Sailali! I love her design. I actually have two different arts for them. You can see it in the this here, not quite as well. I tried to do both designs if I was given both. There's little details in this one that are not here in this one, but vice versa. One thing you can't tell, she has the cutest little gap tooth. It is so cute. I love gap teeth in design. I think it's so cute. I think we need more. Let's see what my lore was for you. Your lore is just a chill little bunny who likes art and makes people laugh and smile. You're at least an entertainer background if you're not a bard. But you do very much have like the design for me, especially with like this one here. There's a lot of like bright energy in this art. Actually, let me just pull up that art. Let me grab that. If I can find it. It might take it. Actually, I highly recommend going to find all these people on my Twitter, because they all replied to me on twitter.com. I'll repost the blog post so you guys can find all of them in the replies. Art design is so cute though. Sorry, I need a second. I also kind of like the idea of like the school design here. Like I know it's kind of giving like the school uniform for like Asian countries. Is that the right phrasing? It's like the, you know, like the safe goo, right? And I can see that lending itself to bard. Like you're a beginner bard who just really wants to like make people laugh and smile with your music or your art. Because bards don't have to be like musicians. They can also be artists of different varieties. I could see a bard college of creation, actually. If you like doing art and stuff. You didn't have a picture. Maybe next time. I think I like bard a lot. I could see fighter too. You're another one where I want to see like you with a great sword. You know what I mean? I think you'd look really cute with a great sword. I just like seeing cute girls with great swords. I don't know what it is about me. Yeah, I think we'll lock in bard, college of creation. Secondary fighter. Arcane archer is my second, although that doesn't get a great sword. Whatever gives you a big sword. Whatever you want for your big sword, please take it. I think it'd be really cute. Thank you for your submission. I love your art so much. I think it's so cute. Thank you. Boop, 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 boop. And with that, I'm done. We're done. We did it. Good job, guys. We survived 4.5 hours of VTuber breaking. Thank you for everyone who submitted. Thank you for everyone who watched. I hope you guys liked your placement. If you disagree or if you think another class would work even better, I would love to hear, because I like seeing different interpretations of characters. I think it's really fun. I think D&D is a really fun, creative medium. I think it has a lot in common with VTubers in the sense that, like, we are just playing with our OCs in different capacities. But here's the list. I will also be posting this on twitter.com if it lets me. Zoom out. There we go. I will be posting this list on Twitter, so, and Blue Sky, if you have Blue Sky. So make sure to look there. I don't see Liar on the list. I'm all of them. What do you mean? Next time. Maybe next time. I might take less submissions next time too, because wow, that was almost 40. Thank you to everyone who submitted, but next time I will probably decrease the number for my own mental health. I hope you had fun. I hope you liked all the rankings. I hope you enjoyed the conversation around it. I tried to make sure everyone got equal treatment. Whoa, I need to raid out though, so we're gonna raid out on the Twitch side. YouTube, you have a good night. I will see you in the VOD. Hope you have a good night. Let's get you out of here. Here we go. Sorry I'm not more energetic. Oh, here's my schedule, by the way. I'm not back until Friday. I might be getting back to Wednesday stream soon, but Friday is my next stream day. We're gonna do Elder Scrolls, and then on Sunday, we're gonna be doing Repo with friends. I know it's been a while. It's time for more Repo. Repo time! Yay, Repo! Look at this art by Komugad, though. Komugi did such a good job on this. I look so cute. Thank you, Komugi. You can find them on Twitter or on VGen. They did a really good job. Say thank you. Outside of that, bye. See you later. I appreciate it. Have a good time zone. Woo! Yippee! Yeah, Repo. Woo! Yahoo! Good night. Where am I rating on Twitch? Ugh.